realizing that this was something I never spoke about when I was at home. I started to question why that was. I also started to reflect on a little bit of unease that I felt when I initially started to have these conversations with my students. I realized that despite being a teacher who readily spoke about social justice, gender, sexuality, race, I felt really unprepared and a little bit weary and nervous about discussing colonialism. Why? Why was that? And so really it was both, when we're thinking about movement today, it was my literal and physical movement in emigrating to Shanghai that really was the driving force for this PhD study. Reflexivity, however, is really key at this moment in time. And recognizing my own positionality as a researcher, I'm a white middle-class woman talking about colonialism from the UK. And that comes with a whole host of potential problems, for instance, further contributing to the muting of people of colour or speaking on behalf of experiences that I haven't lived through. But I don't believe that that makes this conversation irrelevant to me. My demographic is still the majority of English teachers at secondary level in the UK. And so if I say that this conversation is too messy for me or it makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable, how many students don't have these conversations? How many other teachers don't have these conversations with their students? And so I believe if we're going to move forward with decolonial education, everybody needs to be involved. So let's think about what decolonizing, oh, this is frozen for me. How do I work this? Sorry, 1 second, folks. Oh, here we go. So I want to take a moment to think about what decolonizing education is. And like all good teachers, when I start a lesson, I start with Google. And if I type decolonizing education into Google Images, I get this. I like these images because for me, they already sum up that decolonizing education means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Doesn't really help me with creating any lesson plans. And how am I going to take this from being this like abstract thing and make it a practical reality if I don't really have a solid grasp of what all of this encompasses? So I really like this definition here by the NUT. And I like this definition because, again, it really recognizes that decolonizing education has lots of different and moving parts to it. But its multifaceted nature, the fact that it includes the curriculum, thought processes, makes it really hard to achieve. I can't tick decolonizing education off in the yearly plan. It's not going to work. So my head teacher can't say, oh, here's a couple of meetings, decolonize the curriculum, decolonize it all. No, it can't happen. And why is it so hard to achieve? Why is it so multifaceted? And that's because we're really talking about coloniality here. Coloniality is the idea that there are patterns of power that emerge as a result of the colonial enterprise. And coloniality survives colonialism. So really, when we're thinking about decolonizing education, we need to start with that. How is coloniality felt in our secondary schools and in our education spheres more generally? And I believe that this conversation is where moving forward truly begins. So let's begin where coloniality is most often felt, our curriculum. I'd like you to take a second to scan the Padlet, and here is what hoping that tech works for me. I'd like you to scan the Padlet, and I'd like you just to jot into this any text that you remember when you were at secondary school, so between 11 and 18, what do you remember studying? A poem, a play? 1 minute only. If you don't want to do the text or it's being slow or it's just not working for me, just think about it. Who knows if it's working? Oh, perfect. An author that you remember doing. A novel that stayed with you or you hated, I don't mind. 30 more seconds here. Okay, so as you're doing this, I'm hoping that the whiteness and Eurocentrism is already starting to be kind of obvious to you. Perhaps also the patriarchy and the capitalism. And I think that's really important because they are interconnected as a matrix. And if we dismantle one, fingers crossed we dismantle all of them. And this doesn't surprise me. I don't even need to see your Padlet to pretty much know it's going to be full of white heterosexual males. And this was really elaborated on in the report Literature in Colour, done by Penguin Books and the Runnymede Trust. That's a fantastic resource, and really looks at the representation that we currently have in secondary schools, or rather the lack of representation that we have. And I want us to think about why this really matters. If we are muting people in our curriculum, we are silencing them in wider society. And we are suggesting inadvertently through our curriculum that it is the white voice that takes centre stage. Moreover, when we create these curriculums, when we read books in general, we should be having a window into other cultures, alongside simultaneously a mirror reflecting our own lived experiences. So what are we suggesting then, or who is our curriculum serving if it really puts white, cisgendered, heterosexual males at the forefront? We often alter this at Key Stage 3 and at Key Stage 5, but we have a lot less power to do so when we're thinking about the GCSE text. And this is really important because this GCSE is meant to be a GCSE in British literature. Well, if we're excluding authors of colours, what are we saying about what it means to be British? Michael Gove said this GCSE is the best that has been thought and written. So again, what are we suggesting to our students when we are denying other cultures? But I had no doubt that you have, this is not new information to everybody in here. I'm hoping that you've all sat in a classroom where somebody has attempted to change this. But my problem is in the UK secondary sector, this is often where decolonial work starts and ends. These two words, decolonisation and diversification, are not synonymous, but they are viewed as such. And I believe if we only consider diversification as the be and end all of decolonial work, we're not truly going to move forward, but we are going to remain stagnant. We need to see it as a first step. As part of my PhD, I made this visual, trying to think about the legacy of colonialism and really thinking about how we see this in our classrooms in different ways. And I want to first acknowledge that we can see in our silence around colonial history, how we talk about it, or rather, how we don't talk about it. I like these quotes up on here because they summarize the experiences of lots of different students who either feel that colonialism is just not discussed, or maybe just discussed briefly when it's Black History Month, or it's romanticized to them. And again, I want us to think about why this matters. I'm sure, sadly, we've seen lots of newspaper headlines like this. If we fail to talk about colonial history, we are missing a crucial opportunity to talk about the multicultural and diverse history of Britain. This is what allows racist and monolithic and monocultural narratives to propagate and allows migrants to continue to be scapegoated. And therefore, I think really addressing our colonial past is really key in creating a fair and more equal space and challenging racism in wider society. Again, I want to return to this because when we're talking about, I'm already nailing my changing of swear words. We're doing this parenting right from the go. When we look at this diagram here, when I'm talking about my curriculum and when I'm talk about colonial history, I'm focusing again on my curriculum. But what about the way I teach? What about the pedagogical tools that I bring to the forefront of my classroom? How does colonialism impact this? Well, I really think it can be evident in the epistemology of my classroom, thinking about the knowledge that I bring to the forefront, how I present knowledge, and how I expect students to demonstrate that they have learnt things in my classroom. Mignolo believe we have an epistemological hierarchy, where knowledge that is from the global south or ways of knowing from the global south is viewed as inferior and is historically marginalised. This creates this idea of the white saviour, and again relates to these ideas of a first world and third world country, where we're continually seeing that the global north is presented as this centre of modernity. And this plays into our classrooms again. The result is that often we will find ourselves having knowledge that is from Europe or promotes European pedagogical ideas, or privileges certain types of knowledge. For instance, the academic essay, the Peel paragraph. If you grew up and went to school in a secondary school, I can see people nodding like, yes, I remember it well. I'm not going to lie, there is a poster in my classroom with this on it. And we readily encourage students that this is the way you demonstrate knowledge, rather perhaps than drama and oral storytelling, ways of knowledge that are privileged more in the global south. We also have a very prescriptive idea of how you demonstrate knowledge. Maybe we have really set sentence structures or set ways of doing writing, which again really strips back and dismantles some of our critical thinking, which really is at the heart of what it means to be a decolonial educator. Smith offers a really, really great sort of quote here about why this matters. She relates it to voicelessness and to dehumanizing practices, where if we deny the knowledge of colonized or previously colonized peoples, we further the ways in which they are discriminated, and we add on another layer of silencing and another layer of othering. Because if knowledge or cultures were merited like the ones of the global north, this need to assert governance or control is totally undermined, dismantling the very foundations on which the colonial enterprise was built. So you may be thinking, I was told this was something to do with drama and movement. Where is this coming in? Bear with me here. For the next couple of minutes, I'm going to ask everybody gets out of their seats, and it's going to be really cringy for the next couple of minutes. But I'd like us to think about this a little bit more. So I'd like you to transport yourself back to your 15-year-old self. And I would like you to imagine that you have walked into my classroom and we are doing Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, a cornerstone of the UK British GCSE right now, and one that I have to drag students through every single year. I'd like you all to stand up out of your seats for me, please. Take a space anywhere in the room. I promise you I won't make you do this for very long. Lovely. Oh, I love it, stretching, you're getting ready. All right, what I'd like you to do, everybody, is I'd like you to walk around this space or up and down as if you are a hero. Off you go for me, please. Walk around this space. 1 minute. A hero. You are a hero in this classroom. You are a hero in here. Lovely. I can see chest back. Excellent. I can see some confident looks. I see muscles being presented. Excellent. Fantastic. I see some bro-like energy. Maybe we're associating heroes with men. Oh, we're going to dismantle that. Lovely. Excellent. Okay, let's shift it up. You are a damsel in distress. Walk around this classroom. You are a damsel in distress. Oh, yes, I see the hand by the forehead. Fantastic. Feel free to add some noises. Excellent. Oh, you look so weak and weary, almost falling to the ground as a damsel in distress. Damsel in distress. You are very still for a damsel in distress. You're just waiting for somebody to catch you and save you. Excellent. Okay, I'd like you to carry on walking around this space. This time you are the British gentleman. What is a British gentleman? How do they walk? How do they move? How do they walk and how do they move? Here is what I'm going to do. I'm going to develop this slightly. In 10 seconds, when I get to 0, I'm going to get people to stop and freeze as the British gentleman. You have got 10, 9, keep moving. Think about what the British gentleman might look like to you. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Everybody freeze. Okay, there are some commonalities that I spot in this room today. I see everybody's posture is right up straight. Excellent. Apart from the academic at the back, reading. Lovely, excellent. So the great British gentleman looks very smart, but looks very confident because we're upright. Noticing there's some funny things going on with people's hands. Everybody has them either forward, looking very polite, looking like we're about to bow, like we're about to nod. How lovely. Everybody take a seat for me. Thank you. If you were in my classroom, we would do this for a little bit longer and we would really use the space. But, you know, in the same way, when I have 15-year-olds in front of me, they also really cringe and they're embarrassed too. But hopefully maybe I get them to even 9 o'clock, even 10. So you've got off slightly lightly. But I would take this a step further, and this would be how I would introduce the social historical context of Jekyll and Hyde, how I would introduce my Victorian novella. So here are some of the questions that I might ask my students. Why did people believe in the English gentleman? In what sense was this a veneer of respectability and ultimately untrue? If the Victorian gentleman wasn't really real or achievable, why did this exist? How did this trope sustain colonialism? How does it contribute to the othering of other peoples and cultures? How can we link this to moral or religious justifications for colonialism? And how does this demonstrate the power of the storytelling that we would give? Now, these questions that I would use as my next step really connect to how we have a fossilized idea. Despite lots of you having, different experiences, maybe of education, different stories that you read, you all largely did the same thing. So we do have a fossilized idea of what this British gentleman is. And I would use this to introduce the legacy of colonialism, but also colonial rhetoric, the functionality of this narrative. I would get students to connect it to cultural artifacts. So for instance, when I've done this in my class, I've used this to then talk about Rudyard Kipling's The White Man's Burden. How actually, if we're thinking about religious or moral justifications that were given, how that connects to this idea of this superior gentleman. Because if this didn't exist, how on earth would the othering of other cultures work? I would finally connect this to the othering of cultures and how people are positioned as different. Now, this is a further sort of visual I've created as part of my PhD, where again, I think about decolonizing the curriculum and decolonizing pedagogy. But if I think about that activity that I just got you to do, on the forefront, it does curriculum stuff. I address colonial violence, I address a lacuna in my set text by not thinking about what I can add to the curriculum of Key Stage 3 and Key Stage 5, but taking a very common GCSE text and using it to introduce the legacy of colonialism and colonial history. But I'm also decolonizing my pedagogy here. I'm thinking about how I can present different types of knowledge with my students and value different types of knowledge. But crucially, I'm creating a space that's very creative, that is dialogic, that's egalitarian, which dismantles the whole, there is a giver and a receiver of knowledge, an authoritarian classroom, which was really central in the colonial era, but also when we were thinking about ideas about re-education. I am completely stripping back and changing the space and the power structures of my lesson. I am also using this as a springboard for conversation and critical literacy. I'm not telling my students, this is a history of Victorian London. I'm getting them to be active participants in their learning, and I'm getting them to begin to question the narratives they see around them. And by cultivating this critical thinking, I'm again doing decolonial work, because how can we decolonize our education if we're continually asking our students just to be passive receptors to this learning? Instead, really truly moving forward demands that they are part of the conversation and that they are critical thinkers. Thank you so much for listening to me today. If any of you have any further questions about this after the panel, there's my email there if any of you want it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Catherine. That was amazing. And also, like, you're such a pro. That was so speedy. That was amazing. So we're really excited now to welcome our second panelist. So can I get a little tech assistance on closing Catherine's? So we are just delighted to welcome our second presenter, Oko Owecho, who is calling in from Nigeria today for his presentation, Between Here and There, Literature, Theory, Decoloniality, and African Metaphysics. Can we pin Ocho, actually? Oko, hi, how are you?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. We can hear you. Can everyone hear Oko okay? Awesome, okay. Wonderful.
Hi, Oko. Good morning. Would you like to share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so my screen wouldn't share. The host would need to give me access to share screen.
Let's see. I'm going to make you the co-host. That should fix it. All right, go ahead and try again.
Okay. Okay, I hope you can all see my screen, yeah?
Yes, we can see it clearly here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, good morning, everybody. My name is Oko Awaicho, calling in from Nigeria, and I must say it's really interesting for me being here today to talk about the whole issue of decoloniality and all. So the title of my presentation is Between Here and There: Literature, Theory, Decoloniality, and African Metaphysics. And we'll be wondering, most especially the last part of it, African metaphysics. What does African metaphysics have to do with coloniality and decoloniality? But it's going to be the last thing I'll talk about because it's the most important for me. And I think I should also give a very brief background. It was believed I was reincarnated by an old woman who said in her next life she was going to be this person. But having to grow up in the city, when you tell people this kind of story that you were reincarnated and you're living a life of an old woman who lived in the mid 20th century, people tend to laugh at you. Not because they don't actually believe in this, but it's because for us, it's not rational. That's the word we use here. We say it's not rational. And it's not rational because it's an African system. So we tend to think it's a bit backward. And such thinking is not devoid of our colonial history and what colonialism has actually gotten us to believe. So the introduction of my presentation begins with a very declarative statement, and it says only through the linking from Western pedagogy and theory can Africa break away from coloniality, which fosters the mental brain of colonial legacy. And what it simply means is we are at a point in our life where we are still seeing the manifestation of colonialism. Everything happening in our life, from the way we dress, from the way we speak, the things we are taught in classroom right from primary one. The first thing you get to discover is that Mungo Park discovered River Niger, a river that African ancestors were using before Mungo Park ever came here. And it's still being taught in our schools till date, you know. So until we turn towards an Afrocentric thinking and a system of knowledge production, which queries this kind of understanding, this kind of history, you know, everything Eurocentric, you know, is the only way that we can get towards an African identity, you know, which speaks for itself. And the crux of this theme concerning knowledge production and dismantling such what European orientation is, the drive ultimately towards colonialism and coloniality. And we must have a concise understanding of these two terms. So the basic thing to note there is lots of people that have thought colonialism was more about taking natural resources, having the colonialists being in charge of government, deciding what happened in the colony and all. But the reality is colonialism is way more than that, because it was also an attempt at the erasure of the colonized, clothe them with new culture that makes them an imitation of Europe. You know, and an African scholar, Gatseni Glove, better describes this as the act of removing the hard disk, you know, from the African memory and replacing it with something else, you know. And this understanding of the violence, that colonialism is more or less about violence, and that coloniality is the continuation of that violence, because colonialism never stopped. Why the decolonization happened in 1950, 1960, it was more focused on the politics, the government. You know, much emphasis wasn't given to the mental brain and continuation. And that continuation actually happened more in the kind of literature we read, in the kind of history we were taught in the classroom. And all of this, they were things that glorified the colonizer, you know, and didn't really give much voice to the victim whom are the colonized. So when we're talking about coloniality, it's the manifestation of the pain of the wound colonialism left. And it simply means that colonialism requires the physical presence, but coloniality is more about the mental and epistemological warfare, where the violence committed against Africans still affects their sense of identity. And ultimately about power, matrix of power, the people who have power to control knowledge production, the people who have the power to decide what is being taught in the classroom. And the sad part of it too is there's also the economic angle of it. Yeah, to produce a book in the third world, for instance, to produce a book is so expensive that getting one book might cost you up to, say, in dollar equivalent, maybe $20 to $50. And you can get an American or European book for, say, maybe just $2 or $3. So you get to see our library filled with books from the West, and everything we learn and all. So it's a question of power. And when we talk about, sorry, the coloniality, yeah. When we talk about the matrix of power and coloniality and how the West, the colonizers, still ultimately control what we learn and what we are being taught here, of course, the question of theory becomes very important, because we believe that institution, the kind of things we learn are instrumental in say getting freedom, getting free, breaking away from the chains of dominance and oppression. But where you have things like post-colonialism, for instance, which gives a false pretense that colonialism is over. You see people happy and for the moment that, yeah, this is the post-colonial era. We are free from the colonialists and all. Or when you now see concepts like postmodernism, and you check your society and you discover that, look, we've not even gotten from the kind of modernism that colonialism brought to us. There's still crisis here. We are still trying, to define where we are. Are we still Africans, as the Africans of the old, or are we putting on European costume, having the performative art and all? So which is where decoloniality becomes important, because it offers us a move, an interesting movement, which I feel shifts away from the discursive ideas of other kind of theories, to a praxis, practical, and here I say decoloniality for me is the move towards reclaiming the colonized order from the claims of superiority of Euro-American epistemology, which shows the African system, both physical, spiritual, and transcendental, through its Manichaean binary as inferior. And the whole essence of the binary is the kind of teaching and the legacy that colonialism left here is simply to say Africa is directly opposed to Europe. That's the colonized is directly opposed to the colonizer. And the colonized is actually the superior being, superior both physically and spiritually. And I mean, it's fine for somebody, for an African to believe that, yeah, I'm a Christian, I can go to church, but it's wrong to say, okay, yeah, I can commune with my ancestors, because we ultimately believe that Christianity, which was offered by the colonialists, is a superior religion and it offers salvation, whereas the African religion is your first journey towards hell. So that's kind of binary, So decoloniality delinks from that kind of particularity of European cultural subjectivities, and relinks with an African collective cognition through a selective process. And as sad as it is for me to say, I would say selective process here, because due to our experience and history, we can no longer say, okay, look, this is what an authentic African is. I mean, the colonial experience is there. We've sort of been enmeshed within that history, But that notwithstanding, what decoloniality offers is to say, look, break away from this thing. It's not as if you're completely throwing away all of your historical experiences. But then there are particularities, there are subjectivities that you can no longer hold on to. And the only way to have an identity that is truly yours is to look back, look at where you're coming from, and redefine some of these things. And the only problem most people have, even in Africa, here, is to say, when you talk about delinking from European subjectivity, they will ask you that, so do you want to go back wearing raffias, which leaves African history entrapped in a sense of darkness. Like Conrad still coming here and still saying, we are in the heart of darkness, but I mean, Walter Rodney has shown us that, look, Africa was advancing through its own channel at its own pace. And Chinua Achebe has also said Africa wasn't in one long night of slavery, upon which the first white man, acting on God's divine ordinance, came to bring us light. But without looking through the lens of decoloniality, you get to see that these words by people who have devoted their life, and time to the cause of looking back at our own history through celebration and not through the contrast with Europe, which leaves us backward, is still not being discussed in classroom. I studied English literature precisely. And most of the time, whenever we are reading this text, you don't get to hear the core aspects of the discourse the authors try to bring, because we go and carry a theory that has been used in foreign universities, impose it on the text, and end up leaving the most important things, because our classroom is still being ruled by the knowledge production system that we got from the colonialists. So theory and knowledge production. Africa is entrapped in a crisis of consciousness, and the crisis is sometimes we don't even know where we are standing. So today we believe in the whole idea of complete rationality and all. And tomorrow we still see maybe a calabash on the floor, and we are scared of passing. So there's this crisis of consciousness. And the crisis of consciousness rests on the protection of globalization, as I mentioned earlier, post-colonialism, and the imposition of postmodern culture on African sensibility, when Africans are still in the zone of non-being, as Frantz Fanon would put it, and the whole zone of non-being is, we can't even define our own sense of being, due to the damage from colonial violence. So the need to challenge the claims of universality encased in theoretical posts and using Western values as the subject of analysis for the entire world should be challenged, and for an age where knowledge production is crucial more than anything else, we really need to challenge the whole idea of using Western values to define everything. So just as I mentioned earlier, most of the theories that we use in African literature and cultural discourses, are taken from Europe. And Pius Adesomi, for me, actually captures it when he says most of the theories we are using today are the suffocating influence of North American and European high theory over the global production of meaning and identity. So the whole idea of knowledge production is still controlled by Western pedagogy and esteem and episteme, because like I said, they have the power, and history has actually shown how sometimes when you get a wound, the wound tends to bleed. And in this case, the wound of colonialism still bleeds 100 years after, and it still bleeds upon the kind of discourses we have, the kind of things we teach in our institution and all. And the most important part of this presentation for me, which is on decoloniality and African metaphysics, is how over time we've come to accept as Africans that African religion is quote unquote superstitious. And when our writers try to show that, look, African metaphysics is a part of the people's culture, because African religion is one of the religions in the world where you discover that it's a part of the culture. You cannot separate it from the culture. For that religion, you get to see that at some point, an individual comes, who reforms the religion. You see New Testaments coming up. You see new teachings coming up. But African religion doesn't operate on that basis. It's a core of the people's culture. And when you take the religion away from them, it means a core part of their culture has been taken away. And one of the core center of thinking for the African is the space of philosophy and general worldview, which again I'll quote Gasselli, who says it calls for a political and epistemological movement gestured towards an attainment of ecologies of knowledge and pluriversality. Because we like I mentioned earlier, we can't go back to that African system, that denies its history of having encountered colonialism. So whatever experiences it had from there, it's something we cannot take away from us. So, but the only problem we are having is colonialism tries, to debunk pluriversality. It rather holds on to Western subjectivity. And that Western subjectivity, when it comes to African metaphysics, is an erasure of African spiritual belief. So, you read a book, an African literature, where you see someone, a young person, with the memories of his or her former life, or a memory of their former life. And when we are writing, we tell you this is magical realism, and I feel like it's a very reductive term, which tries to place Africa still as an imitation of Europe, because for a place where rationality dominates, we tend to reduce certain value. So for us, such an experience of reincarnation is not magic. It's a part of our belief. It's a part of our culture. So the way Africans provide meaning to their existence, which has been erased, needs to be relinked with. And this more is concerned with the transvaluation in the African metaphysical space. So among the things colonialism took from Africans is their religion, imbuing in the African psyche the notion that rationality, which of course is designed on colonial modernity, is the linear way of being. Hence, African metaphysical system, it's a backward and superstitious belief, and all. But we are seeing the manifestation of these things in our day-to-day life. And for a very long time now, African writers and scholars have shown how much, the African metaphysical system is also part of our reality. And say Wale Soyinka, the Nigerian Nobel laureate, he has shown the harmony and the movement between the world of the living, the dead, and the unborn, and how people transition between this world. Benokri also did the same thing in his Famished Road with the character Azaro, an Abiku child that travels between the world of the living and the world of the dead. So actually has also shown the same relocation and all. So I'll jump to the conclusion, and it's to say that I want to conclude on a text which actually impacted me a lot, because for a very long time it was a big struggle for me, being a young Marxist and also believing in the African spiritual realm. So most times then they will tell me that you can't be a Marxist and still hold on to superstition and all. But a book by Udenta titled "Crisis of Theory in Contemporary Nigerian Literature and the Possibilities of a New Materialist Direction" offered me an explanation, and which is the fact that we've seen that in Africa, we can write someone's name on a piece of paper, sadly not produced on the continent. So write someone's name on a piece of paper, put it inside a pot in a shrine, make declarations, and whatever proclamation happens affects the person in the physical. So the intermingling of the spiritual realm and the material realm is something that we try to deny. But the good thing about breaking away from Western pedagogy is that you now have the alternative of bringing in this African reality as well as scientific methods. And the scientific methods, sadly, they are not absent in the African system of knowledge production. But because we speak English, for instance, it means you now need to reinvent certain expressions, certain thinkings using European languages, using the language of the colonizers. And this is really important because breaking away from Western pedagogy helps us to not create subjectivities now, but helps us to break away from foreign subjectivity, helps us to understand the terrain of our own culture and identity. Thank you so much.
Oh, I unmuted right after the raucous applause ended for you. Sorry, there was lots of applause. Thank you so much, Oko. Lovely. So we are just glowing with both of your presentations, and I think so Dr. Beiner is going to kind of facilitate, but to be honest, we'll just take one and possibly a question that the two of you have for each other. So I just want to ask Oko, can you see Catherine in the audience? Catherine is waving. Actually, yeah, why don't you come over? So yeah, maybe just for the sake of time, it'll just be a quick kind of check-in between the two, between the two of you with and awesome too. But yeah, awesome. Go for it. You take it.
Thank you so much, both. I mean, I'm a teacher, so I was kind of, I'm teaching migration. So I was really kind of hearing both of you to learn from you in terms of, how this kind of big and crucial idea of decolonization can actually really be brought to the class and to the way that we talk and, we transmit knowledge. But, and it was very inspiring, to hear you, Catherine, and Oko, thanks so much. I was really writing down, all the references that you were mentioning to be able to go and read them. But at the end, when I was asking myself as a researcher and as a teacher, how would it, if I have Catherine and Oko, together in one room or in the open air together and give them time, a week, 2 weeks, to actually get together and, to create a template, a practical template of preparing a week course of, I don't know, teaching English literature from decolonizing perspective or the colonial literature. So what would be the common things that would come out of that joint effort? Because the challenging part of hearing you two is, on the one hand, all the concepts are amazingly provocative, ideas too, I want to go walk and talk. But when I think about you in the British institution context, I feel that whatever you say and whatever you show us will remain token. And when I hear you, Oko, which is very inspiring for me, I feel like I'll continue to hear you and what you say when I'm kind of doing my own reading. So for me, more provoking act would be, what would be the practical action that can, come together from these ways of thinking, not only in terms of how we push the boundaries of the concepts, but how we push the, boundaries of the act, not within our own contexts, but, transgressing the limits of the context. So I'm just wondering, I know it's not a question that can be answered easily, but I wonder if, any collective attempt of this kind, not where we talk about decolonization in our context, but we think about decolonization jointly together from these critical perspectives. So that's not a question, but
Start.
yeah, please.
I'll start quickly if that's okay, just because then I've
Yes.
got to head to the brother-in-law. But I was just I think with that, I think any of the practical work first demands that no one's going to be invested if they don't fully understand why you're doing it. And so I think like Oko's presentation, like understanding the coloniality, and I think both of them talked about the epistemologies evident in our classroom, and that's a really hard thing to get people to understand and buy into. You know, I've been to my principal and said, I'm researching this. She's like, we did that last year. No, you haven't. You haven't done that. And I think the buy-in then and really demonstrating the legacy of coloniality is crucial to first getting the practical buy-in. As part of my PhD study, I trialed this at King's. So I did 3 workshops with the new trainee teachers. And the first workshop was 90 minutes on just coloniality. The second workshop was us trying out and me showcasing lots of different strategies, because I think one of the big things that you mentioned there is that we would need to get together. And I believe that is crucial, because I think if not, it does remain tokenistic, but also in terms of decolonizing, we also need to decolonize our research. And if I'm doing decolonial research, I am not remaining the authority on it. I'm not saying I'm the expert, I know everything about this and do what I say. No, it needs to be lots of people coming together, brainstorming ideas. And that ensures not only is it like collaborative and dialogic at its heart, but also it improves that buy-in and stops it being tokenistic. But you asked about sort of a commonality between both of our presentations. And I think that is in the epistemology. And I think part of that is changing then really the way in which we assess and the way in which we demonstrate this knowledge over and over. I saw from the bios that lots of people in here are studying PhDs, and it's really interesting that often we come across, and I'm not a student at SOAS, I'm a student at King's, but lots of us are interested in this, and then we're still submitting our work in a sort of very standard written essay format. And one of the things that was so nice about this conference today was that it really invited different types of presentations, like movement, and it was like so refreshing for that to happen. But I think more of that needs to happen, and that was a commonality.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No problem.
Oko.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. I think I'll just add briefly, just like my co-presenter said, the whole issue of decolonizing the curriculum, and I think it's very important. What actually brings us together more than anything else is the fact that we have the understanding that, look, knowledge is central to the discourse. And when you're talking about knowledge production, there is a need for a shift. You know, I listened to her presentation, and even from the people she cited, like Water Lolo and all, you get to see that there's something connecting all the call, and the call is there is a need for a movement, and this movement is breaking away from what we already have, most especially in the classroom. Like when I was talking, and I give an instance, and it will shock you to know that in most institutions in Nigeria, the biggest country in Africa, in most of the institutions in arts and humanity, you will not hear decoloniality until you graduate. You know, so maybe they are talking about postcolonialism, and most of the discussion on postcolonialism, we are quoting foreign scholars, foreign textbook. You know, so decolonizing the curriculum is central. And one very important thing is, what makes decoloniality not become another discourse, just another discourse. Just like Karl Marx would say, philosophers have interpreted the world. The problem, however, is to change it. You know, so now the important question is, how is decoloniality relevant? You know, relevant to delinking from the legacy of colonialism, so that we don't just have all the talk, write essays and all. And importantly, it begins from the classroom. Having people who meet students in class and tell them that, look, we don't always have to follow this. We don't always have to follow this. There is another alternative. You're an African. Why should you always think that whenever they talk about African past, all that comes to your mind is somebody on raffia? Just because that's what we've seen in the movie, that's what we've seen in essays, in essays by colonialists and all. You know, so such practical move to say, look, this is not how it has always been. There is an alternative, you know, and creating that system of new knowledge production will help a lot as for the practical aspect of it.
Thank you so much, Oko. And now tell me, we have time to get questions, right? We should have.
I have to head, I'm afraid.
Yes,
Sorry.
yes.
Sorry, I'm so- If anyone's got any questions for me, my email was there. I'm so sorry. My brother-in-law was
We
here.
understand. Say hi to brother-in-law.
I think I know, Amy, I want your question because I know you're brilliant, and I'm curious because we're in a class together, but for the interest of time,
Can we get 3 questions?
we can get one. Sorry, I know, I'm being a manager.
Pedagogy.
I am strict, I'm strict.
Okay.
Just
so
one.
Who will be that one person that I will not choose
Awesome,
that
please.
person?
No shoes.
Okay. Then I'll take 2 questions. I'm sorry.
Oh, brilliant. I'd be really quick. I really wanted to ask you about water. I have a 20-year practice in trying to think with water, and water as family, water as teacher, water as collaborator. And I know you have written a book on water, and I wondered how water informed your practice, and as not only as you were talking of knowledge production, but also of the process of sharing and thinking.
What a wonderful question, but I'll get one more question. That's the chair authority. So one more question. Amara, do you have a question? No? Okay, so one more question? Then floor is yours, Oko. Regarding the
Okay.
question about water, yeah.
Okay. So very important. I'm working on a book currently, titled "In Defense of a Generation." It's poetics and politics, and it's the whole idea that a new generation of writers have emerged in Nigeria, and there's been a serious argument that they are all looking west. I mean, young people in Nigeria are broke, so we submit to foreign magazines and see if we can get paid in dollars so we can survive and all. So lots of people feel that have affected the kind of things we write. But for some of us, we've hold on to national narrative and national discourse. Say, for instance, the issue of water. My first poem on water, that is also the title of my collection, We Will Sing Water, was a personal poem about grief. Someone who felt like drowning would be a way of salvation out of existential crisis and all. But after writing the poem, I went back and I told myself that, look, you're an Africanist. And how does your personal life connect to the trauma of your continent? You know, so that kind of thinking, I didn't have to think far, and the options availed themselves immediately. And then a line came and it says, I've never been in the slave ship, but the memory of the water still haunts me. You know, so water for me became say a metaphor of a traumatic past, the Atlantic oceans where slaves will have to pass and all. Then there's sorry about that. Then there is also the issue of water being fluid, and honestly, I would say that actually works more for me, because most time I go to the water side, just sit down, throw stones, and it makes me feel better, you know, without any sense of politics and all of that. So yeah, water actually occupies that two angle, looking at it from the perspective of collective memory, because it's still for most of us, just like Koleka Putuma also wrote in one of our poems, for most of us, water holds a part of our history and a part of our memory, you know, and we cannot escape from that. And when this kind of thinking has become a part of your life, you see that it begins to manifest itself in most parts of your work. You know, you look back at your history, and water offers you answers to certain pain you still carry, and all of that. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, I suppose I feel that we have to really not this kind of water is so often romanticized, and it's difficult not to when it gives us so much, but it was also vehicle for this trade. It was also, it enabled it in ways that are often not taken on board as part of its knowledges and offerings.
I see. I wondered also if Oko also sees it as romanticizing.
Oh, no, I just meant that last part of of being with it, and it's so glorious as well. But anyway, thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oko, thank you so much. If you were here, we would be giving you a flower right now. But we do have a flower for Dr. Beinert. So thank you so much for sharing. Thanks for letting me be strict and also not so strict with time at the same time. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Amazing. So we're going to move on to our next panel and our next panel presenter, Ratnadeep. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Johnny. We'll move right into our second panel. It's titled Moving Art Across Forms. This panel contemplates movement as a modality for interpretation and how shifting bodies make various memories coherent through locating and dislocating. We have 4 speakers, and our Q&A afterwards will be chaired by our postgraduate chair, Sneem Orzaria, to facilitate a brief discussion. I'd first like to welcome Ada Mulugeta Lopez on multidimensional resistance. Welcome, Ada.
Okay, cool. So just click. Okay, hi everyone. My graphic design is not great, so it's going to be a very simple and minimalist PowerPoint. But my presentation is about multidimensional resistances, so kind of exploring the, personal types of resistances, but also kind of more widespread resistances, especially given what's going on in Gaza at the moment. So yeah, I will be kind of talking about my art at the moment. So in my opinion, art has always been a really feasible and useful way of describing societal issues. So Nina Simone, she always said that it's an artist's duty to reflect the times that we live in. So kind of anchored in this belief, my art is always trying to explore some of today's most pressing issues and acts of resistance against them. So whether this be like political struggles for liberation against dominators or more personal grapplings with like issues of love and health and identity. So my art pinpoints our differences, but also intertwines them to kind of show our overarching interconnections. And it is a mixed approach of like acrylic, but also I use like collage and watercolor sometimes as well. And intersectionality is also a very key part of my artwork. So kind of dealing with different layers of privilege and disadvantage. So yeah, women, because I am also a woman. So I guess that's a good bias, but it is usually the core part of my work. So this piece on the right is called Roots. And it was a self-portrait piece that we were titled to do, like accentuating aspects of a mixed identity to celebrate. So like language and like cultural traditions, but also simultaneously it presents the like psychological work and disorientation that having a mixed identity entails. So you can see a Black woman, which kind of parallels with me myself, but the physical division, so you've got like the curls on one side and the corners on the other, shows like the kind of deeper complexities within having a mixed identity. So yeah, you can see like the gold chains, which is resembles my Ethiopian, like Tigrayan heritage, and then on the other side, like my Spanish or Hispanic side. So yeah, with these two pieces, this one on the left was done kind of in collaboration with a friend who went to the Tigray region in northern Ethiopia that was engulfed in a war for the past 3 years. And so this was done with her in memory of the women who were subjected to like brutal gender-based violence. So yeah, I mean, both of them, they kind of challenge the idea of Black being a unitary color. And, you know, the experiences of, like my own experiences, how they differ from those from single ethnic Black households. And, you know, while I may not have to, while they may not have to grapple with like assimilation to different cultures, I will never have to deal with issues because of my light skin privilege. So yeah, I mean, these two are about collective resistances, our like right to maintain culture, and individual more personal resistances like within the Black community. So this piece is probably one of my most recent ones, and it was inspired by the US Black History Month and my personal ties with my 3 childhood best friends who you can see in that picture there. And it's a series, or it's part of a series titled Sisterhood, which is about the soulful connections between Black women and the enrichment of like Black female spaces within the Black diaspora. And the piece depicts a woman having her hair parted in preparation for braiding. So it's exemplary of like the practical need for community for our day-to-day. But it's also a very personal story because the painting is of my friend Lenny, who recently had cancer. And so her baby hairs are now like growing back after chemotherapy. So, you know, it's a tribute to her and the power and the necessity to have these spaces where you can grow and like heal collectively. So with that, you know, for centuries, kitchens, hair salons, like front porches alike, they've served as escapisms for Black women from patriarchal and like white supremacist society. So kind of through an intersectional lens, again, this is an ode to the power of Black female communities. And yeah, just the power of Black female communities. Yeah, I think for the next one, because I think I got the order a bit mixed up, but let me see. So this piece is titled By Any Means. And so it's about the war that engulfed the Tigray region, which is where I'm from 2020 to 2022. And it became an ethnic cleansing campaign, often titled a genocide, against the people of Tigray. So we lost over 700,000 people, which is 10% of our population, which it's just a staggering figure. So like while the world was focused on Ukraine, we realized that we were too Black, once again, too Black and too African for the world to care, basically. So yeah, for 2 years, the Ethiopian government blocked all medicine, all food or humanitarian aid. So similar to what's happening in Gaza at the moment, but in northern Ethiopia, so in an African context. So I turned to, this was kind of when I really started using my art as a way to heal, because I just thought that it was a good way, as Nina Simone said, to kind of represent what was going on at the time, but also for my own personal well-being. So this piece is a homage to Malcolm X, whose contributions to Black empowerment transcend across Black communities globally. You know, he was a Pan-Africanist, so he linked the struggles faced by those in the Jim Crow South to those in Gaza and in Palestine, to those in Ghana during Ghana's independence movement with Nkrumah. So he was a true internationalist. And in 1964, on his return from Hajj, he went to Ethiopia, which was Africa's only uncolonized country, that resisted colonizers in Adwa, which is in Tigray, which is ironic because at the time of like celebration, Tigray was under occupation by the Ethiopian state. So this was, you can see like Al-Najashi Mosque, which is in Tigray, and Adwa's mountains. So it was just a homage to that. And so next one. Yeah. And it's a work in progress, but it's called Transcendence. And it emphasizes kind of the transcendent ideologies of our world thinkers across languages, space, and time. So while many of our leaders have been killed, you know, rendering us into cycles of like demoralization, like pessimism over social issues, their spirits live on with us, you know, and what they say is just as relevant now as it was back then. So I think, you know, this remembering this can reignite hope for change in the future. And I'm not sure if I tried to zoom in on the side with the universities, but I was really, I'm sure like many of us, was really moved by the university encampments that started in Columbia University, but obviously, you know, we saw like in SOAS as well. And, you know, obviously in the US, there's a level of brutality and state violence that we're fortunate we don't witness here. Of course we do, but not to the same extent. So my alma mater, which is University of California in Los Angeles, it was a surreal experience because I was literally watching people I knew getting like mobbed by Zionists and the police. So I don't know, it was really demoralizing and devastating, but at the same time, it's an incredibly moving internationalist struggle that we should all, you know, take into our souls and live our lives with this, you know. And with that, more and more, you know, we're realizing how interconnected our struggles actually are against capitalism and imperialism. So I was very ignorant on this issue until quite recently. Well, not the Palestinian issue, but the anti-capitalist, like global internationalist movement. And the more I've been reading on G4S, which is a British company that it prides itself with securing our world. But the reality is that they are the company who illegally imprisoned Palestinians on Israeli land. They are the same ones who are responsible for the killing of Jimmy Mubenga in the UK Border Patrol. They are the same ones who are responsible for the US-Mexico border. They are the same ones responsible for the imprisonment of people in Guantanamo Bay. And they are the same ones also responsible for the you know, human rights abuses in the Congolese mines in the DRC, and the just complete violation of worker rights. So I think with that in mind, you know, the Palestinian struggle, which, you know, resonates really, it hits really close to my heart. My godfather is Palestinian, so it's something that I've really grown up on, like, you know, it's very close to home, but it's not only a moral responsibility now, you know, we've had like 40,000 people killed, but it also benefits our own liberation struggles. So I think that's just something really important that I was trying to capture with this piece. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Ada. That was incredibly moving and powerful. Just a quick note, because of the interest of time, we'd ask you to keep questions for the break, where you can like mingle with the presenters and ask your questions there, just so that we can get through all of our amazing presenters. And also, if you want to find out more about all of our presenters, there should be a link to a bio for each of them in the emails that were sent in the morning. I'd like to welcome our second presenter, Tanvi Khurana, for her presentation titled Sukoon.
Your questions, hold them as I deliver you coffee. Hi, my name's Tanvi. I'd like to present a short film that I created, showcasing a piece that I choreographed and performed. The film follows one aspect of my life, specifically the rupture to my identity as I moved from India to the UK at the age of 11. In this piece, I use dance as a methodology to reflect the embodied response to displacement by focusing on the way my relationship to dance and my identity as a dancer changed as I moved across worlds. So the piece is a blend of Kathak and contemporary. Kathak is literally translating to storyteller, or the one who tells a story, is a North Indian classical dance form. It emerged out of the medieval Bhakti movement in North India. It was a kind of social uprising, centering devotion and divine love and transcending these rigid caste boundaries in Hindu society. So over centuries, Kathak evolved, reflecting contemporary struggles, using and harnessing the essence of epic mythologies from all religions of North India. It transformed through repression in the anti-Nach movements during the British Raj, and it became this sort of flag bearer of national cultural identity in post-colonial India, as there was all these nation building projects. So it's really evolved to reflect everything that was happening at the time. Today, it's kind of separated by stylistic differences, by gurus and maestros across the north. So the main styles that we have these days as the gharanas is Lucknow, Banaras, and Jaipur. But contemporary pioneers of Kathak are trying to break away from these patriarchal Brahminical lineages to really transcend this purity, classical, traditional idea, to really recenter its liberatory methodology and the universal practice of storytelling and divine love that it carries. So growing up in Delhi, my whole world revolved around dancing. I learned Kathak from the age of 4. I trained in Western classical dance styles. I trained in ballet, Indian folk dances. Essentially, I was dancing 7 days a week up until the day we had to leave. Our departure was necessary, urgent, and shattered my entire identity as a dancer. We moved to a small town near Leeds. I was cut off from my entire world of dance. I was plunged into an entirely different environment where I was not only new, but I was othered, racialized, and I was now part of a non-white diaspora minority. I stopped doing Kathak. I tried to continue classes, but I felt alienated in an extremely different community, away from my friends, teachers, and in a place where the wide variety of Indian dance styles was all boiled down to Bollywood, which I did enjoy still. And I still was like, hey, look at my Bollywood dancing. There's a big population of South Asians in the UK. We have a rich, very rich classical dance community. But for me at that age, the displacement was so abrupt, I just couldn't feel part of any community. So I stopped dancing. I moved from place to place with my family. So I found my home in Glasgow. And I continued to question my identity as I grew up. And I decided to return to dance in 2021, picking up my childhood love for Kathak. Last year, I spent 3 months in Jaipur, reintroducing my body to these movements that I thought it had forgotten. So the music for this piece, which is really important as well, is an excerpt of Ali Sethi and Nicholas Jar's song Yak Jeti Mein, which means in solidarity. It was broadcast as part of Radio Alhara's Sonic Liberation Front broadcast in 2021. It features 2 poems by Pakistani revolutionary poet Faiz Ahmad Faiz, Hum Dekhenge, which is not part of the track, and Aaj Bazaar, which was penned in 1959. And the poem, apparently he wrote it as he was going from the dentist office to a prison in Lahore. And he basically wrote about the injustices the injustices that oppressed people endure, as he witnessed people following him as he was getting carried in shackles across the town. The song is a fusion of worlds. It's an Urdu ghazal mixed with dynamic electronic beats, and it's the perfect soundtrack to coordinate my movements across the world. It's split into 3 sections. The first part is about memory, my memory of my childhood dance class, the joy, the ecstatic joy that I felt, and the joy of remembering this now as I can. Second part moves from standing to sitting, changes into contemporary dance movement. And it's about enduring and it's about breaking and enduring the kind of existential shift on my identity. And the last part is about finally letting go and merging into this hybrid diasporic identity that I can now be myself into. So the movement breaks, and then I guide my movement to endure this shift. And ultimately, I play with the shadow of my double consciousness to transcend those memories that are bound to a national homeland into those that are simply based in my childhood dance class. To be able to choreograph and present myself dancing over 13 years after moving here is emblematic of this power that memory has held over me and the embodied emotions which really influence all our diasporic identities. I'm going to show the film now, and then we can talk about it later. Can I just press play? Yeah. Oh.
आज बाजार में बाबा जाना चलो, आज बाजार में बाबा जाना चलो, दस्त अफशा चलो, मस्ताना सा चलो, दस्त अफशा चलो, मस्ताना सा चलो, आज बाजार में बाबा जाना चलो, खाक पर से चलो, बाबा चलो, राह तकता है सब शहर जाना चलो, हाकिम की मजमाए आमती तेरे इल्जाम की संगे दुश्मनाम की सुबह लाशती रोजे रखा तेरे इल्जाम की संगे दुश्मनाम आज बाबा चलना चलो चलो मस्तोरा चलो कश्मीर जाने शोरीदा काफी चश्मे जाने शोरीदा काफी इश्क पोशीदा काफी इश्क पोशीदा काफी आज
Thank you. Thanks to Ben, Meghna, and Sneha for doing all the work for that. So just to talk a little bit about the specific parts. So there's three main sections, really. The idea of memory. There's the way that we set up the set. There's the bells that create a boundary. Traditionally, when you do kathak, bells, you wear brass bells on your feet. They kind of sound like this, because I have a ring of it as well. You wear brass bells on your feet. So we use those inspired by many other dancers that do this these days. We created a boundary with it, kind of reflecting this boundary of identity and diaspora that's created within us, this double consciousness, which is also reflected through the shadow from the sharp lighting. The shadow is always present throughout the film. In the first part, it's reflecting this idea of my memory is still influenced by the way I see it in the present, as my identity is split from this rupture of displacement. In the second part, the shadow kind of goes away a bit as I move to the floor. My movement is sticky, it's stuck. I have to guide my body. And I slowly stand up again after I kick the boundaries of whatever boundaries I created for myself, I suppose. And the last part is me playing with my shadow, which arguably came in much later after I did it, and then I watched it back and realized that actually that's what I was doing. And then eventually I just spin into whatever unknown of wherever I'll end up. But yeah, so that's the film. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. That was brilliant. Next we have a conversation between Kahaya Kala and Leilu, and the conversation is titled "You Are What You Eat: Insights into Language, Food, and Culture in Singapore." I'd like to invite Lu and Kala onto the podium.
Very awkward, they made everyone shuffle for us first.
It's okay.
Yes.
Would you like to?
Collaborative moves. Okay, I'm gonna do a more slide. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hi, can everybody hear me? Oh, it's good to see some familiar faces in the crowd. My name is Kala. I'm a student here at SOAS, but I'm also an independent curator, which is a full term. I consider myself a current student, technically I am, and a forever student as well. And here with me today is the artist Lule, who's very kindly agreed to join me for this session, taken her time for her to be with you today. And today we're presenting one of her works called This is Illegal in Singapore. It is an ongoing performance series. And in a second, you'll hear a bit more about it from the artist herself. But I wanted to share a bit of the story of why I've invited Lou here. So one of the things that matters to me the most when coming to university and ultimately deciding SOAS, and you've seen it through the spectacular presentations by the two hosts in the pedagogy session, is the way knowledge is produced, the way education is presented to us. When I was selecting where to go for university, one of the historians and anthropologists that I was pointed to was Zeus A. Salazar. He is a Filipino historian and anthropologist. And one of his works that interested me the most was the Pantayong Pananaw. I'm sorry if there's any Filipinos in the audience, if I butchered that pronunciation. But it was called the We Perspective. And it was a response to sort of the westernized perspective of Philippine history and historiography. And what stuck with me the most is the treatment of language in his work. So Zeus Salazar, he's known as an anthropologist and as a professor for refusing to teach in English. One of the key questions that was brought up through his work is how do we deal with the history of university as an institution? How do we deal with research as a term, research as a practice? And one of the ways that he tackled it was to question how is it that we can create a uniquely Filipino and a uniquely Southeast Asian way of historiography, way of knowledge production. And yeah, research was actually one of the words that stumped the both of us quite a lot when we were preparing for this presentation, because it was something initially that it did shine to me from her work. There seems to be an interesting research element, but both of us were sitting there and we were thinking, this doesn't seem like the right or the exact right word for it. So the reason why I bring this very academic work into a conversation about art is just in 2022, I want to remind of the work in Kassel, Germany, of Indonesian collective Ruang Lupa. If you haven't heard of it, Documenta is one of the big biennales in Europe. And for its entire history, it had been around since the mid to early 20th century. For its entire history, never had it had an Asian curator. And in 2022 was the first time that they had invited an Asian curator. And not only that, another seminal thing is they had invited a collective. It's a very different way of working in the arts. You don't have one big guy curator, which is something maybe the series of biennales had seen a bit too much of by then. So one of the things that made the work so interesting is that their process is very, very heavy in knowledge production, but it was not knowledge production in form of research papers. It was not knowledge production in the form of just conferences or independently led talks. It was something that focused on an Indonesian value of nongkrong. So if you're Indonesian, maybe that word is familiar, but I don't expect it to be for anyone else. Nongkrong simply means sitting around. It's derived from the word that means squatting, just squatting in a circle, having a conversation, and validating that as a way of learning, validating that as a way of art, growth. And so when I was searching for the right artist to combine these two sort of interests of mine, Lou made the job very easy because she was sitting right there, and she will introduce you very soon her work, which meddles in these elements. So This is Illegal in Singapore performance series is something that involves food, language, creoles, diaspora, her own identity as a Singaporean and what that means, but also the invited participants. And Lou, would you like me to say a bit more? Are you happy to give us an intro?
To like, what do you want? Like the creative process or the work itself?
So tell us a bit more about the work itself. I forgot to mention, this is going to be a bit meta. We're staging a Q&A.
Yeah.
And later there's going to be another Q&A. But here we go. Lou, it's very nice to have you. Can you tell us a bit more about your work?
I feel like it's gonna be, in a way, it's quite dense, based on, do you want to show the next slide? Like when it comes to like this whole entire, this is what I took when I did my degree show in RCA last year. And then there was the picture that I like took in the degree show basically. And yeah, so basically like it's basically of me cooking a Singaporean meal and then inviting someone to the table, and then we just chit chat about life. And then the reason why I titled it This is Illegal in Singapore was because last year in about April, sometime this timing, there was this political artist that actually reached out to me in Singapore and was like, I want to do a solo show for you. And then one of the works that I wanted to present was actually of me giving out home-cooked food to the migrant workers and the homeless people, because no one knows that there is homeless people in Singapore because you don't see them. They are the unseen and unheard. And then he literally said, you can't do that because it's illegal. And my entire show got censored. So that show just never happened. And then that brought the idea of this title. And then also I was facing quite a bit of backlash with Singaporeans at home, which is telling me that like, why are you airing dirty laundry out in the public? And that brought out this title, Tiam Le, which is in Hokkien, shut up. And so that's why I say like, I feel like it's very like, in a way, quite complex because there's quite dense in a way. And then because like, so I kind of like took a step back and I was like, oh, I think my works are too explicit. Maybe I should do implicit this time. And then what's behind closed doors that no one knows? Having a home-cooked dinner at home. Because I can't give my own food in public, right? So I just bring people to home lah. I just bring it back home. Then you will know what like what's there, what's not there. And I'll censor your identity. You will not know whether it happened or not. And then it kind of questions what's reality, what's not. Like what's art, what's not. And I guess when it came to recipes. So this is like the recipes or the relics of the performance in a way. And then if you see on the ingredients list, it's not the actual ingredients which I cook for the food. It's the language used, it's your allergies, it's a safe space that, and then also this is like these two works that I just started off with, which is why there is kind of like prompt question because I don't know what to ask and I was a bit awkward. And I didn't want it to make it scripted because it's not scripted, but then like I have to kind of start somewhere in a way. And then afterwards, I kind of went, okay, maybe I should describe the dish because if I want to do this public, like publish this into like, let's say a recipe book, what if people don't know what the dishes that are cooked? And then initially it was a description of the dish at the left corner. But then afterwards, it was like more of my relationship with the food because I was a second generation immigrant. So I was originally born in China. And then when I did this sort of like performance entire sort of like a series thing, and I kind of realized that Singaporean dishes are not my comfort food. Like, I just got sick of it after a while. And then I needed my grandmother's food, which is also why I brought to the ingredients list as well. Like, why is it not you know, when you go in a recipe book, it's like, oh, you put a teaspoon of salt, a tablespoon of soy sauce, you put half a tablespoon of dark soy sauce. My grandmother just went, put lah, like to taste. And I was like, what is to taste? And then she's like, if you like star anise, put more star anise. And I was like, but what does star anise do? I don't know. And which is why I was like, this whole relationship of food and then initially when I started this, I wanted it to be a Asian, South Asian or East Asian women's conversation about like family relationship and about when you migrate to a new place, like to have mother and daughter talk at a table sort of. And then you talk about your relationship with your mom, you talk about your relationship with your grandmother. But then that keeps men out of the conversation. But I want men to be in it. And I want like not just Asian people, Black people, I want the white people to be in it. And then which is quite interesting, this is actually with a white gentleman. And then that's how, and then you see the identity of the dishes of the recipe. The only way you know who it is through your favorite dish. So what is your favorite home cooked dish or what is your favorite dish is the question that would always be there. And if, for example, if you like to sign up, it's the question that's in the consent form in a way. And like, obviously it's like fish and chips. So we sort of all know who that is. And then when we go to the next one, this is like the more current practices in a way, like it's like more of like there's sort of like a development sort of thing. And then it became more of a very much free flow energy. And then I just kind of like, for a lack of a better word, I just vibe who the person is based on the general questions asked. And this is actually my favorite performance because I got two guys with very opposing views fought at the dinner table. They were literally just fighting. And I just started putting the questions that they like started arguing about in. I was like, I like this, just keep it. And then I was just sitting there like watching them fight. I was like, I'm enjoying this thing. Yeah.
All right, another extra bit of question for me. What role does performance play in your art? When does it start or end, do you think?
When is life not a performance? Like, how do you decipher if you're performing or not? Like, even if, for example, I'm sitting here, even though like I know what questions you're asking, for example, it's kind of scripted, but like, to what extent is it not in a way? And then even if, for example, you're meeting someone for the first time, you're networking, like you're trying to put up the best front. Is that front real you? Is that front a performance? It is a performance in a way. And then like I was like, the reason what drew me into performance in the first place was also because like I quite like the idea of the temporality of it, and like time passes, it goes, and then you learn from it. And also like the how do I put it, like your experience that you gain from life in a way, it builds you to who you are in a way. And then which is like, for example, like you mentioned just now when you moved to like from India to like UK to Leeds, for example, like your dance change. But then you learn from that experience, and then your performance would bring into that, and then you change the dance movement, the movement change, the pattern change, and that's how you sort of like, in a way, learn from it. And which is why I don't think there is that big of a line or a clear line between performance and like life or like art. It's quite intertwined, it's quite mingled. And also like I feel like I forgot to mention something.
Let me nudge you. How much does your stance on performance, your artistic practice of performance, how much is that informed by sort of the institutional environment that you're in when this work first came into being?
How much is it informed? I feel like RC didn't do much for me. Sorry. Like, because I felt like I could have very much continued the way I was producing before, which is the very explicit working style. And then I could have very much just, in a way, like, but I felt like I wasn't learning anything. So I went on like a really 180 turn and then like straight up to like a very implicit way. So I guess like I was kind of aware that I wasn't learning anything, which is why like I went, like implicit in a way. I keep repeating the 2 words. But yeah, does that answer the question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Any more from you, Lou, or we wrapping up?
We can do the contract one.
Yeah. So one last piece of work. This is the retirement manifesto.
I've not retired yet. I've not signed it. Yeah. So this work was started because of like the backlash in a way. And yeah, so it's for people at the back can't read my handwriting. It is with much regret that I, Lou, hereby declare that I will no longer be associated with the title, the identity and the being of an artist with date effective from blank, due to the following reasons. I've had a heated argument with my loved ones in regards to my research and practice. Most of them do not support my career path direction out of love and protection. And it's quite like, yeah, because I've had multiple conversations with my parents about this. And if we were to, for example, yeah, which is quite like, I don't know, like, which is quite reflective of the title in the performance, the whole series of Diamle in general as well. And then if you want to like talk about like what you were interested in about like knowledge production and how like in a way sitting at the dinner table is in a means of like knowledge production in a way, was also because like prior to that, in bachelor's, did my performance in a lecture. And then it was basically me standing there with one screen turned back, and then it was on a politician speaking. Not gonna name names now because he got up there. And then I just play his entire thing, and I wrote a transcript of it, and then I paused it every time he made something nonsensical. And then I literally stopped him, fact check him, anthropology dictionary definition put on the screen, and then I just like went full on mock him, like directly basically. But the only problem was that like I don't like just like it's like I don't like that the only reason why like I made her stand there and then ask me questions is because I don't like it when I'm doing the presentation. It's like it makes me less like I feel like less that I'm like doing a presentation now, even though I am doing a presentation. Like because I want it to be more of like a two-way like conversation. It's like I'm putting stuff out there for like in a way a conversation to happen. It's just why a lot of times like my performance are like not very it doesn't tell you the whole big story. It's just a little like dip in the salt and then dip your feet in the in the water and then be like, oh, like can we get like a bit questions or conversation afterwards? Because I think the conversation that happens after that that what matters. Which is what also was mentioned in the panel before that we're talking about like decolonization cannot happen with one person. It has to be the whole conversation starting, which is I think the main point, which is why I was like, I rather a two-way give and take instead of just me like giving a talk sort of thing. Which is why I also came out with the concept of like relational aesthetics about how people connect. And then which is why I was like, okay, maybe food is the right answer to go. And then we can, yeah. Oh yeah. Shameless plug. If you guys would like to participate, there's a QR code. You can scan and then like join me on it. And don't be afraid, because I think in one of the question there was, would you like to do audio recording or something? Just like you can say no or yes, because even if you say yes, I'm not going to audio record either way. Because I after working around, I just realized that I prefer to let it sit and sort of like ferment and then see how much I personally can digest and then what I take from it basically. And then because technically I'm writing the recipe, so it's very much going to be in like my POV of what happened. If I can't remember, I'm probably going to leave like blanks in the recipe as well. That might happen. I don't know. That happened to like one of the performances before. And then people think that it's like undone, but it's not, it's completed. I just can't remember what happened. Or like I just censored or self-censored. So, all right, yeah.
Thank you for that very reflexive conversation. It was very eye-opening. I'd like to invite just all our presenters for this panel onto onto the stage over there. If Tanvi and Kala and Ada, if you could just for some few words from our chair, kind of reflecting on your conversation.
Scene one, yeah.
We like it better the other way. I think we like that.
Baby scene two.
Yeah.
On behalf of all of us, we would really like to thank all of you all for presenting this. And even though you all, I mean, as we all saw that they are all from different ethnic roots, there's, beauty in their art that all of us could collectively relate it to. And I'm really sorry, but we are not accepting Q&A sessions due to the time constraint, but you all will have time to talk with them if they're still sticking around during the lunch session. But we'd still like to thank them with a token of appreciation. Those bookmarks are also for them. Wow.
Okay, we have the correct too. Yes, we highly encourage y'all to connect in the spirit of the conversation, and just so appreciative of all of your work is so brilliant. These are handmade bookmarks by Snip. And yeah, just really appreciate all of them so much. Thank you so much.
We take a photo for Instagram. Hang on.
Okay. Thank you, and we'll be moving on to our next panel, and I'd like to welcome Vonicol to introduce our next presenters.
Hi everyone, thank you, Ratnadeep. Our morning concludes with the panel Theatre of Cross-Cultural Heritage, comprising 3 presentations that focus on concepts of tradition as they intersect with and are reconstituted by contemporary dynamics of globalization. And the panel is chaired by Dr. Nandira. Our first presentation, Transcending Commodity, Gezan Market and Chiro Battle Market, is given by Hazel. Let's welcome Hazel. Yeah, I can just. We need to open the. As long as I click the images, it's gonna pop out. So okay. Or I can just click first. Yeah.
Hi everyone, and thank you, Vonicol, for the introductions. So I'm so excited to share my works and with all this audience and participations here to delve into the theme of movement within such a diverse creative forms. So I would describe my work as slightly fun because it's about videos and documentary, and it will entertain you a little bit while taking you on a journey to different countries. So by pursuing my MA African Studies, I aim to utilize the textual material and combine it with the audiovisual sources I've gathered from my personal research. And you can guess the sources are from Korea, where I come from, and also Kenya, one of my interest area in Africa. So today I would like to showcase my artificial landscape articulated with piece of stories and images I found in Korea and Kenya. So I focused on traditional market in both countries. So traditional markets in Korea, it's called Kesan market. It began in 1977. The size of the market is relatively smaller compared to the other, the same markets in the different districts, but it has everything inside and outside. And I was so surprised that compared to the Kenyan market, it was not that old in terms of the history and the memories. On the other hand, the right images, it's Kenyan market. It's called Chirombero, which is located in Kisumu in western part of Kenya. Nowadays, there's a large roof so that a merchant can sell different items inside and outside of the building. So my initial intention was a curiosity about how to introduce each other's market, industries, and environments, which are fundamentally similar and have almost the same vibrant environments of the market. And this led me to focus on collecting commodified images and signs of the shops to create unrealistic space where those two countries meet. So I focus on some visual similarities and some common items they're using in the markets, and the visual similarity of the sign of the shops, those kind of thing. And while I'm getting more listen to the stories and images, I realize urbanizations and commodified leisure activities and items implicate socioeconomic changes and how it impact on the daily life environment. And some merchants have been worried about maintaining their business regarding the decline of the visitors and customers. And I found that it's also related to urbanizations. And at the same time, they appreciate their neighbors' support for the business and part of their history and interactions with the customers. Through the experience, the traditional market represents daily resilience, which also led me to think that everyday lifestyles and commodified products can become active agents in representing a public voices and preference. This also inspired me to seek further research ambitions in different industries in contemporary Africa and to apply practical ways to connect audiences across different countries. So my work is actually designed as 360-degree videos for 10 minutes. You can immerse yourself if you founded it in the internet, and you can explore while listening to the stories of the merchants. But for the conference, I made it by combining interview footage with the recorded 360 video. So hopefully everyone can experience it. And if you have any comments or feedback, critiques, reflections, everything is welcomed after the Q&A sessions or during the break time.
그래서 여기 계신 분들은 거의 한 40년 장사하시는 분도 있고 그거보다 더 넘게 40년 넘게 장사하시는 분들도 있고 그래요. 그걸 오래 하다 보니까 이제 아무래도 이제 고객들의 마음을 달리는 거죠. 그러니까 이제 손님들이 이제 뭘 원하는지 웬만해서는 다 우리 그래서 이제 거기에 맞춰서 손님들이 원하는 거기에 맞춰서 다 이게 잘 맞춰 주시더라고요.
Yon kane bero ni chakore, ne mina ariyo moko mane wuotho gi gik moko. Ka ae ni, koro mina ariyo go kane wuotho ga to keto gik moko ka, to ji biro to nyiewo. Koro ne gineno ni mondo gilos chiro mbero kae, ma en chiro mbero. Higa mar 35 ema nogere e chiro ni. Koro chiro ni wan to wane iye ka, wause iye ka. Waloko skuma, iloko gik mopogore opogore. Iloko skuma, rech bende nitie, omena nitie, gik moko mopogore, rabuon nitie. Koro waloko gik mopogore opogore e iye ka. Koro nyaka gik ma South Africa te iloko e iye kae. Ikelonwa matunda gi, iusonwa e iye ka. E kaka chiro ni nochakore.
그냥 없는 거 없이 거의 다 있는 것 같아요. 다, 거의 다. 거의 단골 손님들이 많아요. 딴 거 이제 마트에 막 이렇게 사러 갔다가도 고기는 사러 여기 저희 시장으로 오시는 분들도 많아요. 그래서 아무튼 감사하죠, 손님들한테. 유산시장은 다 좋은데 특히 고기. 예, 정육점, 예. 정육점, 생선 다 좋은데 특히 고기가 좀. 예, 토스트도 먹고, 뼈떡도 있고.
내가 이 동네 온 거는 85년도 10월 달에 와가지고 저 시장 밑에 북대천인 쪽에서 9년 하고 일로 올라와서 지금 여기 올라왔을 때가 이제 95년도 1월 달에 왔으니까 여기 와서도 지금 한 30년째 하는 거고 저 밑에서 9년 했고 그래서 한 횟수로 따지면 한 38년 이 동네에서만.
Kwa majina naitwa Anne Nyambula. Mimi ndio nilianza hii salon inaitwa Smart Salon na inaipenda sana juu hata ya customer yangu wananisaidia. Yaani ni kama customer yangu ndio wameniandika. Juu kama customer hakuji siwezi pata hiyo maziwa. Sia saloni nilianza kuweka saloni yangu niweka 2010. Hapa kwetu kulikuwa na customer kabisa, wa customer wengi kabisa. Tena kulikuwa na watu wengi kwa hiki kiti. Mimi kwangu yangu nilitolewa na mkono, lakini hata hiyo ingine ya nini mzuri tu. Lakini hii nataka ndio watu wakule. Mwenye anatembea tu, mwenye hana uwezo, unajua ni vizuri hiyo talent yake ionekane. Ndio maana napenda na watafuta gao. Nasema mimi niliamua kucholewa na mkono, ndio huyu mtu hata yeye apate kitu kwake. Ndio hata hiyo talent yake ya kuchora iko inaonekana na mtu hata mwenye anapita. Kuna wenye wanakuja wananiuliza nani alikuchorea? Namuonyesha ni fulani. Na anafurahia kabisa juu hata yeye anapata kitu.
1996년도, 1996년, 우리 가게는 1996년도부터 시작해가지고 거의 뭐 27년 정도 됐고, 주로 이제 생산하는, 취급하는 품목은 이 전통 민속 과자류, 이 강냉이, 뻥튀기 이런 종류 만들어서 도매도 하고 소매도 하고 또 이제 손님들이 오면은 저 뻥튀기 기계로 튀겨도 주고 그런 사업을 쭉 해왔고.
Hotel in Corogoro that 200. Wanapenda hii sana hii mwongezeo na wanapenda hii lasta na twist na tena wanapenda mapusha, kurejesha mapusha. Mimi kazi ya saluni naipenda sana kwa sababu siwezi fungua nikose kitu kila siku. Tena mnategemea na vile unatengeneza customer wako. Ukisema ukimtengeneza smart atarudi kesho. Tena atarudi na kukujia na customer mwingine. Sasa mimi nakaa na customer wangu vizuri, juu nawafanyia smart. Ndio maana na hii saluni yangu naita smart salon. Na inajulikana kabisa. Mimi kwa wangu napenda kanapiki kabisa. Inakuwa smart. Yaani kwa mpaka kwa wasichana, hata tunaona wasichana wadogo wanabaiwa kwa pink to smart. Sasa hata watoto wakikuja hapa wanafurahia hii color. Tena nikaamua nichore picha ya nini ya kwa mlango na kwa dirisha. Ndio mtu akiwa nje anaona kweli hata mwenye anafanya nini anafanya hapa amechora hiyo picha, yani ya broad drive. Ndio nikifanya mtu broad drive nywele inakaa hivyo kama hiyo picha iko hapo.
외국 사람들은 머리 결이 우리하고 틀려. 아시아 국가들도. 한국 사람은 억지고 아시아 국가에서도 한국 사람 없으니까 다른 나라 지역 사람들은 머리가 부드러워. 근데 수염은 강해. 한국 사람 수염하고 또 틀려. 수염들이 강하다. 그래서 내가 이제 서울에서 일할 때는 69년도 그 을지로과 을지 전화고 바로 왔다 가면 거기 미문화원이 있어. 거기 미문화원이 있는데 내가 거기서 이발소를 할 때 거기서 할 때 이제 미문화원에 근무하는 사람들이 많이 왔는데 작은 곱슬머리들 많거든. 그래서 그때 거기서 내가 이제 곱슬머리 다루는 걸 거기서 배웠지. 그래서 그때 거기는 곱슬머리니까 다 짧게 잘라줘야 돼. 안에를 파고 들어서 안 좋아하니까 대부분 다 스포츠로 짧게 잘라. 그러니까 어떻게 잘라면 지금 미 해병대 머리 그렇게 자르는 식이에요. 그렇게 자른다 보다. 그렇지.
어머니가 먹으면 그 딸들이 데리고 와서 먹었다가 그 딸들이 또 나중에 크면 또 이제 엄마 따라서 이 과자를 사 먹더라고. 그 딸이 또 애들 나면은 데리고 와서 먹어요. 계속 이게 전통 과자는 이어지더라고 이게. 그러니까 나 이게 수요가 떨어지면 어떻게 되나 했는데 수요는 계속 그래도 어머니에서 또 딸로 이렇게 계속 손자로 이렇게 계속 이어지더라고. 수요는. 지금 이제 젊은 사람들은 이런 이제 민속 과자를 갖다 그렇게 잡고 있어서 젊은 세대에 맞게 업그레이드를 하더라고. 그렇게 해가지고 좀 잘 시대치는 사람들도 있어요. 그것이 또 필요해요. 계속 너무 사회가 빨리빨리 변하기 때문에 식품 기후도 변해. 빨리. 그리고 사업 환경도 변하고. 그래서 빨리빨리 그렇게 제품들 새로 개발해야 되고 기존 제품 업그레이드하고 그렇게 해가지고 해야 새로운 이 환경에 맞게 계속 사업이 계속 유지만 하는 거예요. 유지만. 그래서 그때까지 하려면 더 한 단계 점프해야 되나. 유지만 하는 것도 근데 힘들어요. 현상 유지만. 왜가 사회가 하도 빨리 변해가지고.
근데 38년 전 손님들하고 지금은 차이가 엄청 많아. 그때는 손님이 그런 데로 좀 있어갖고 앉아서 놀 시간이 없었거든, 혼자 해도. 근데 지금은 하루 종일이라도 오늘 한 달 깎았어. 없어, 손님. 그전만큼. 그러면 이제 추석이 또 며칠 안 남았다고 사람들이 안 하잖아. 오지도 않고. 그래서 시장도 내려가 보면 사람들이 별로 안 다녀. 시장에도 뻔하지. 사람들이 옛날하고 틀리다. 명절 때라도 사람들이 그전같이 다 뭐 사고 뭐 하는 게 드물고 요즘은 놀러 다니는 것만 좋아하지 명절 제사도 안 지내는 세상이니까.
근데 이제 너무 이제 지금 경기가 어렵다 보니까 많이 이제 그리고 젊은 사람들이 별로 없어. 그래서 이제 좀 재산 시장이 발전이 되면 젊은 사람들이 좀 많이 들어오고 그래야 되는데 그게 없으니까 그게 조금 아쉬워요. 아무래도 이제 젊은 사람들은 마트를 많이 가는 편이잖아요. 모든 게 다 편하잖아. 싼 것보다도 편한 거를 많이 삽니까. 그리고 한 군데서 다 이제 여름에는 또 이게 더운 게 조금 아쉽더라고요. 너무 덥죠. 와보니까 덥죠. 이제. 그러니까 그런 것 때문에 겨울엔 춥고 여름엔 덥고 그러니까 이 전통시장이 좀 그런 거에 대해서 조금 아쉽더라고요. 아무튼 예, 정감 있고요. 재밌고 일단 재밌고 정감 있고 그래요. 그리고 근데 조금 전 아무튼 장사가 좀 잘 됐으면 좋겠어. 이제 올해는 또 어떨지 모르겠네요. 거의 외국으로 또 많이 놀러 가니까 길어요. 연휴가 길어요. 그래서 여기 여행도를 많이 가서 시장이 어떻게 될지 점점 이제 연결 분위기도 안 나네요.
Thank you for watching. Hey, thank you. This was amazing. So now I would like to welcome our second presenter, Dolly Sharma, for her presentation. Nautanki on the global stage, analyzing the global adaptations of Nautanki in America. Welcome.
So good afternoon, everybody. The ideas that I'm going to share, I've just started exploring them as I'm writing my thesis. So I would love to have questions from you. The title of my paper is, as you can see, Nautanki Mission Sohani, Indian Diaspora, NRI Marriages and Transnational Theatre. So Nautanki is a folk musical theatre of India. It is native to the state of Uttar Pradesh in North India, where Hindustani language is spoken widely. Its origin dates to the 19th century when librettos based on devotion and romance were coming out in large numbers. These include Sangeet Prahlad, which came out somewhere in 1868, and Sangeet Roop Basant, which came out in 1876. So those who belong to the northern part of India can immediately recognize these two texts, as their stories are part of the oral repertoire of the cultural life of North India. The themes of Nautanki have evolved over time, with more nationalistic Nautankis being written to criticize the colonial rule in India. Therefore, it is quite witty of Devendra Sharma, who is the author of Nautanki Mission Sohani, to use his geographical location in America to exploit the form of Nautanki to highlight issues of frauds committed in NRI marriages. Mission Sohani opens with music played by two instrumentalists, a male harmonium player and a female dholak player, respectively. This balance of gender on stage is noteworthy, as traditionally Nautankis have only included male instrumentalists. A man and a woman dressed as Ranga appear. Ranga is conventionally a narrator in Nautanki performances. Now, interestingly, making the Nautanki multilingual for its diverse audience in America, the Ranga speak in both Hindi and English. This is significant because earlier Nautanki too were written in a mixture of languages such as Khadi Boli, Braj Bhasha, Avdi, and Urdu languages. So I see the combination of English and Hindi in Nautanki Mission Sohani as a continuation of the multilingual tradition that characterizes earlier Nautankis. Furthermore, dialogues in this production are spoken in English, are spoken by the female Ranga only. As is desired of the character of the Ranga, the two Rangas announce the marriage of Devesh and NRI with Suhani, who is the Indian bride. Their marriage is arranged by Suhani's father, who looks at a matrimonial advertisement about Devesh in a local newspaper. The bride and bridegroom's family appear on stage. as it is characteristic of a musical theater. The marriage scene is followed by a song in Hindi, Dulhe ki aayi barat, desi dulhan sharmaye rahi, which can be translated into English as the barat has arrived, the local bride is blushing. People dance wearing bright clothes, evoking the marriage scene. Suhani is in parda, which is a veil. At the very moment when Suhani is about to put a garland around Devesh's neck, as part of the Hindu marriage ritual, Devesh's father demands dowry worth 10,000 pounds. So after the brief marriage ritual, Devesh announces that he can't take the bride along with him to America, but he'll return in a few months to do so. So at this, the audience, they observe silence, which shows their awareness of this issue. So immediately, the female Ranga appears on stage to say that Suhani is worried as Devesh has still not returned. At this, the audience is heard laughing in the background, which again shows that they are familiar with cases of NRI marriages. So moreover, the audience awareness and Suhani's innocence on stage heightens the emotional effect of the scene. So the difference in the geography of the two countries, that is India and America, is evoked through the dressing of the characters. So while Suhani wears salwar kameez in India, she wears a frock in America. Moreover, Devesh is shown wearing jeans and t-shirt in America and kurta pajama in India. So in the next scene, Suhani blames her mother for bringing misery to her by marrying her to an NRI. She complains that they were illusioned with the image of an NRI. They sing their dialogues in a manner that evokes the gravity of Suhani's situation. The art of singing music to evoke particular sentiments in the listener is the speciality of Hindustani music. Nautanki combines elements of both Hindustani and folk music. So now Suhani, she resolves to go to America, where her friend Sudha also lives. Meanwhile, Devesh is shown duping another girl in America. Suhani appears on stage dressed in modern Western clothes and sings Saiya tere karan main kahan kahan bhatki, which can be translated into English as husband, I was compelled to move here and there because of you. Later, she confronts him and makes him realize his mistakes, taking away the dowry that her father gave him. So Nautanki Mission Suhani is an endeavor which shows how the form of Nautanki can be utilized to discuss transnational issues. The significance of this Nautanki is that while it shows the traditional culture of India, in which marriage is arranged by parents, it gives centrality to Suhani, who battles with her fate by not only visiting America, but also getting her dowry back. It also disturbs the notion that NRI men are sophisticated and financially sound by opening the underlying tensions in the economic predatoriness of NRI men. Suhani's father arranges his daughter's marriage with Devesh because he assumes that he would be financially secure enough to take care of his daughter. However, Devesh's supposed status as economically stable by virtue of residing in America is destroyed not only when he doesn't return to India, but also when he's shown duping another brown woman in the American society. So this act of his raises several questions. Why doesn't he dupe white women? Why would his racial features segregate him from being a possible suitor for a white woman? These questions have to be thought about as well while assessing the transnational value of this folk form. The centrality given to Suhani in this transnational play about India and Indian family bespeaks the theme of women empowerment. The transformation of Suhani from a veiled woman to a woman putting on modern attire in America shows a fulfilling journey for her own self. Much like the Nautanki art form itself, she is able to transcend not only the geographical setting of India, but also the patriarchal ideological impositions that keep her veiled. Furthermore, her journey to America is not aimed at bringing Devesh back, but bringing her money back. So the place where this production was staged, San Francisco, is a popular destination for music lovers. It has a rich history of cultural exchange owing to the immigration of people from not only European countries, but also from non-European countries such as China, Japan, and Africa. So after New York, it is counted as one of the first places where music took shape. So White, who is one of the critics who writes about audience, he arrives at a very useful definition of audience participation, according to which the audience that emits emotions as a spectator of the performance is its participating audience, unlike those who watch the recorded version of a performance on YouTube or other such digital platforms. So in the digitized version of this production, when one can interpret the audience participation from the emotions they exhibit, such as laughter. However, White mentions one caveat which doesn't occur in non-European performances, that is audience etiquettes, which has restricted audience from being spontaneous as they used to be before 19th century. But in the concerned Nautanki performance, the audience takes part in the ongoing performance by emitting their emotions. So if we look at the history of the performance traditions of other countries that have landed in America, we can notice a similar pattern of changes that have occurred in their staging in regions such as San Francisco. And I wanted to play this Nautanki performance to give you an idea of how it was staged in San Francisco in 2010. So I can.
सबको करूं प्रणाम, बड़ा सुखी खुशहाल था भारत में एक
Ancient had a daughter Suhani who brought him lots of joy. One day in the classified ads, he found her a suitable boy was an NRI, an Indian living in Silicon Valley. The parents discussed the matter and soon a date was set for them to meet.
आज सीता जी है मौका बड़ा खुशी का जी बारात आई है सजकर बारात आई है सजकर आगे क्या होता है सब जन सुनिए ध्यान लगा आगे आओ हमारा पहनाओ कभी क्यों करना अरे रुक जा मेरे लाल वंदना पीछे डरे पहले मिल जाए Where is the dowry? Show me the money, money, money. अरे बेटी वाले सब खुशी और दुल्हन बड़ी सिहार अरे हमको भी तो खुशी करो तभी बात बन पाए Is the dowry? हाँ समझी जी सब हमें याद आपकी बात कुछ नहीं चाहो दहेज में चीजों की सौगात केवल नकदी कैश ही चाहे आप 10 लाख अरे खुश हो जाओ आप भी इन दो ये 10 लाख डावरी Giving the bath, everything is okay. Tell मेरे चारा भी चला था तालियां तालियां Hold it please I have to fly back to America tonight I'm in a hurry so I cannot take her with me this time but don't worry I'll come after a few months and then I'll take her is that okay with you जी दामाद जी ठीक है सीखिए
Yeah, so I'll have to pause this now because of the time constraint, but this must have given you an idea about how a native performance tradition that belongs to India is kind of accommodated for a diverse audience when it is staged in America, and the changes that come about. So thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you, Dolly. And finally, we are coming to welcome our last presenter in the morning, who is presenting online from Hong Kong. Yeah, and we are already close to lunch, so folks can just stay to lunch and then can access the program schedule we sent to those who registered. And also there will be a teach out at 1 p.m. On outside the building. So if you're interested, please just go and have a look. And let's welcome Hua Rongwei and her presentation on reforming through an Occidental other, metaphors of the witches in Macbeth on the stage of Xiqu.
Hi everyone, can you all hear me clearly? Yes, I suppose so. Today I will discuss one of the Xiqu counterparts of the three famous witches in Macbeth as Shangui, the mountain spirit in the 1986 京剧 adaptation of Macbeth by the Contemporary Legend Theatre in Taiwan. Through analyzing the movement across different myth systems and medias, I hope to use this case to reflect on the intricacies within and beyond the Sinophone world embodied in this transnational adaptation. So, to provide an overview, I will first introduce the 京剧 Macbeth, the Kingdom of Desire, and its production team to relocate our reading of this play from its Anglophone center, followed by a review on the current debates on the Occidentalism accused in this composite text. And with this provided context, I will then move on to my case, the rewriting of the three witches as Shangui, the mountain spirit, and conclude with an advocation to look at the intercultural theater as an ongoing movement that requires constant rereading to reveal the entwined, often homogenized localities. So the first part, Kennedy and Li Liangyong has once provided that the Asian desire for Shakespeare are divided into nationalist appropriation, colonial instigation, and intercultural revision. Whilst these features can all be argued in this Shakespearean adaptation, I think it cannot sit comfortably with any of these boundaries because the production side Taiwan does not have a direct colonial relationship with the Anglophone world. In fact, during the Japanese colonization, Shakespearean performance in Taiwan were conveyed in Japanese. So moving from the Japanese language to the Xiqu stage, the Western reading of Shakespearean works are radically defamiliarized and repositioned into a literary world that now centers around Sinophone theatrical experience. 京剧, or often translated as Beijing opera, is one of the major genres of 戏曲, sometimes translated as Chinese opera, with its development in Taiwan saturated in the above-mentioned complexity. 京剧 has gone through tremendous reformation during the Republican era in China, which is the first half of the 20th century. But later, the states decided to police what was performed in Jingju plays and gradually constructing it as a national drama, clinging to conventional canons and censoring new adaptations. So Jingju was imported to Taiwan under this context with Chinese literati and performers such as Gu Zhenqiu during the Republican era, but now with China claiming it as one of its national essences, Jingju went through a popularity downfall in Taiwan when it is contested with the rising awareness of locality. Wu Xingguo, the director of the Kingdom of Desire, is a second-generation immigrant in Taiwan and a conventionally trained Jingju actor. He is confronted with this dilemma and trying to revitalize Jingju via adapting a foreign voice, perhaps to shy away from the local complexities. He formed the contemporary legend theatre, which is called 当代传奇剧场, and adapting Macbeth to the Kingdom of Desire was their first attempt. This intercultural experiment is in the paradox of inhabit simultaneously both the local and the global. It has to be innovative to convey an Anton canon to Asian audiences, but conservative enough to retain its form as Jingju. So, with this brief introduction, it is no surprise that Wu's adaptation is situated between two authoritative voices, where he has to manipulate and appropriate both. As Said's famous reflection on Orientalism, the Kingdom of Desire, counterwise, is often assimilated into one of the Chinese appropriation of the West. Xiao Mei Chen has offered an insightful vision of Occidentalism in Chinese Shakespearean adaptations, which he calls official and anti-official, where she argues that especially the adaptation of Macbeth after the Cultural Revolution should be viewed as the community's catharsis of the past emotion, however transiently experienced on stage. Although Taiwan also has its martial law and political trauma, I am a bit reserved to investigate the Kingdom of Desire under this Chinese-centered framework through only this lens. Perhaps we can borrow from the framework Edo Fiska-Laukaban proposes that the Shakespearean Xixi in Taiwan reflects how a comparatively marginalized entity utilizing a foreign assistance to talk to or sometimes turn away from the persistent imposition of another closer colonial and political entity. So I think in this sense, it resonates with Chen's anti-official Occidentalism. And under this scope, the Taiwanese Shakespeare can be a form of cultural and political reflection on the conflicting identities of the production team, for example, as we've seen in Wu Xingguo. So it is not surprising how heated the conservatives from both sides have roasted his adaptation, which to their eyes are all sacrilegious. From the Sinophone side, for example, Wu is expelled from the gate of his master Zhou Zhenrong for this daring revolution. Meanwhile, when he turns to an international market due to lack of local support and funding, because the singing techniques of Jingju is so different from the Western opera, the very thing cherished by the conservative side is heavily criticized. So we can observe the dysfunction of a simplified homogeneous criteria when this intercultural production is weighed under different scales. So from the reviews and scholarships as such, we can still sense Frederick Jameson's legacy of reading or perhaps third world literature as national allegories, whilst Lin Shen has likewise stated that the textless Shakespeare is destined to be politicalized. I want to ask that, does it have to be the only way to investigate this adaptation? So I want to use my case to respond to this concern and use Shangui to seek other cultural flows beyond this current obsession with geopolitical locations. In the Kingdom of Desire, the three witches are adapted into one single mountain spirit, Shangui. This spirit was most famously known as an allusion from Xu Yuan's poem composed roughly around 300 BC. And this adaptation involves a rigorous repositioning of both the Anglophone and Sinophone system, the witches and the Shangui, perhaps even with a Japanese interference of the Oni woman Yamauba, which I will elaborate later. But first, let's see for ourselves when Shangui, like the three weird sisters, appeared in the first scene at the beginning of the play. So. So after viewing the clip, I have to state that the current heaviest critique of the Kingdom of Desire is that it composes an amoral universe different from the original richness inhabited in the humanity in Macbeth, with a destined fate dominating all its characters, making the psychological flows rather flattened. But from the beginning clip, we just see that as well as the rest three scenes of the mountain spirit in this adaptation, we can observe that this emphasis on fate is in fact tightly associated with this supernatural figure who sets the tone of the whole play. She is a supernatural force naturalizing the violence in this world dominated by the law of jungle. So unlike the three witches in Macbeth who speaks in riddles and paradox, Shangui never holds her ambiguous state and never hides her dominance and trickery towards human being. Moreover, the witches in Macbeth are described to have a surrealistic presentation, like in original, it said nothing like the inhabitant of the earth. However, even when accompanied by his eerie and uncanny laugh, Shangui's presentation is actually quite realistic. She is portrayed here as an aged woman covered in long white hair and scattered robe, but her singing pitch and body movement actually does not differ much from other Jingju characters in this adaptation. But I think within this realistic presentation, what's fascinating is that this character breaks the fixed role type for presenting supernatural female characters on Jingju stage. Even though Jingju has numerous female goddess and ghosts, like the goddess of the river Luo here, and the Li Huiniang, unwavering ghost bride here, we can see that their presentation are still falls into the typical Qingyi role type, which means mature woman with positive moral qualities. We can see limitations of moral qualities, whereas Shangui here, the trickster, dances herself with her eerie laugh from the center. So, what's more fascinating is that I think there is a transnational metamorphosis within Shangui, because the original Shangui figure, we can see portrayed by Xu Beihong here, is actually often portrayed as a very beautiful, slender goddess who mourns for her mortal lover's betrayal. However, we can see Wu's Shangui here is quite different from the two, and this disjuncture with the Sinophone theater lineage is interestingly substituted with a conjuncture with Japanese adaptation of Macbeth and the Japanese Noh play. In Kurosawa Akira's film The Throne of Blood in 1957, the three witches are also rewritten into one old woman who lives in forest and deliver a proficiency to Washisu, which is the Japanese Macbeth. This figure shows a clear lineage from the Japanese mythical figure Yamauba, we can see here, who is believed to live in a forestry mountain, taking shape as an old woman and tricking people, even with a cannibalistic feature. Yamauba, like Shangui, is also a character of East Asian traditional theatrical performances because she also has her Noh play. Whilst it is not surprising to see that Kurosawa's witch is a derivative of Yamauba, the similarity between Wu's Shangui here and Yamauba is quite striking. They are both old, secular, and eerie, and this eeriness associates them as the counterpart of the witches in Macbeth. Just like how Wu adapts and reforms Jingju away from its original Chinese center, I think his Shangui also has a significant distance with this literary world, but closer to Japan through these transmedia influences. The link between Wu's Jingju and Kurosawa's film in plot has been much discussed scholarly, but I think the current discussion around Wu's adaptation of the supernatural elements in Macbeth are still often viewed as a domestication to the Sinophone myth system. as Shangui is often described as a mythical figure familiar to the Chinese audience. So consequently, assimilating Wu's Shangui into the Chinese mythical world, the discourse of this supernatural figure is also interestingly goes through the reposition from a traditional slender goddess into a hybridity of Shakespearean witches and Japanese Yama-uba. So to conclude my presentation, I think Franco Moretti has said that the peripheral culture in world literature is often ignored and altered by the core culture. However, I think the Shangui case makes us to rethink this dichotomy that the intertwined inter- and intra-regional movements shows that cultural appropriation is not always unilateral or bilateral, as the world is not constituted in a non-reversible core and periphery dichotomy. The readings of intercultural theater are often too confined or preconditioned in the political and cultural meta-narratives, which can have the risks to slip into presumptions of authority, origin, and familiarity. So I would like to conclude my presentation with what Alex Jobin has described as the deterritorializing and reterritorializing in intercultural performances. Taiwan's Jingju adaptation of Macbeth interrupts the empirical conventional reading of both Shakespeare's witches and the Shangui. The deviation from the origins, which does not exist at all, can serve as a liminal site for us to negotiate and reform, where intercultural flows move beyond the boundaries of nation-state and cultural images. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you all very much for your attention. My email is listed here. I am eager to hear all the feedback and comments. Thank you. And this is the reference list.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. Yes, highly encourage emailing and feedback as well. And we'll make sure to get all of the presenters' emails since we are kind of condensing. So again, we're going to kind of invite folks to have a more informal Q&A. Of course, with Hwarang, we won't be able to have that Q&A in this space, but we're going to invite folks into now our lunch session. But before we do so, I just want to say again that we're so grateful to all of you who are here, everyone who is presented on Zoom, and all of the attendees for cultivating a wonderful start to the conference. And so it's time for a break now. Everyone can have a breather. It's a really beautiful day outside. And the light refreshments are going to run from about 1:50 to about 1:25. But before we disperse, I just want to make an announcement. It's kind of been signposted throughout the day that, as mentioned in our opening remark, and Vonica also mentioned it a little moment ago, our next presentation that was due to start around 1:15 is actually going to start at 1 p.m. in the quad. And we invite you, if you'd like, to join Art, Revolution, and Liberation presenters Daniel Tihan and Rida Jawad for a teach out in the quad as part of the student organized Liberated Zone programming. Their presentation starts, it's going to start around 1:05 actually, now that I'm looking at my watch. So if you wish, grab some refreshments, grab a snack, and stretch the body on this beautiful day in concert with the first presentation of our panel, Taking On / Taking Off Sites of Resistance. We'll then invite everyone to be seated back in this room by 1:25 sharp for Hana Kakizaki's Thinking with Glacial Time presentation. And so for folks joining us virtually, the webinar will remain open, but the reception, the teach out, and also Hannah's presentation will not be recorded or live streamed. So we'll drop in the chat when you can expect us back on and streaming. But for folks here, I welcome you to follow members of our committee who will kind of invite you into the sandwich zone and then hopefully quad. And so, yes, so at 1:05, Art and Liberation will be in the quad. Please follow one of us up there, and then we'll also guide you back in toward the Kalili Theater for the next presentation. And I want to also invite you, if you are not a SOAS student, to please have up that attendee I guess what was it, like the kind of attendee card that I sent via email earlier today. If you don't have it, please find me. You'll definitely need to show that to security. Yes, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy lunch. Yeah, and then we should put this in the others.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
He's joining.
Zena is now joining. So give us 1 minute. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Hannah, as well. Where did you go? Thank you. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it was amazing. Thank you. Zena, can you hear us? Am I audible, Zena?
Texting in real time. Presenters. Yeah, while we're getting situated, we might actually have time for a brief Q&A for this one. So yeah, let the previous two panels kind of drift in you. Note down any questions you might have. Yeah, and earlier,
Hello? Yes, we can hear you. Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I'm gonna share your presentation, and then like whenever you need to switch the slide, just let me know and I can do that from here, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So thank you for having me here. It's an honor to share this space with all of you. And in this presentation, I aim to pursue an understanding of necropolitics through literature, and particularly from its intimate inmate, the imaginary of bird, that I think can facilitate a more intimate listening to the sentiments of community being victimized in necropolitics. Then the dominant sovereignty-centric approach that, when relies on the comparative projects of necropolitical powers allies such as the racist science and journalism, describes the dehumanization of people through the metaphor or conceptual signifier animal. And even though its intention is to expose such problematic projects of necropolitics, it doesn't lend an intimate lens to the voices of people it concerns with. Next slide. So I'll begin with Muhammad al-Kurt's speech on the death of his friend Rafat and countless Palestinians. And he said, and I quote, "Last I heard, Rafat was still under the rubble." You know, such a sentence should not be meant literally, but there is no metaphor or hyperbole here. There is no poetry in this sentence. Rafat is still under the rubble, and he isn't alone in this suffocation. Thousands in Gaza remain buried in debris, but airplanes still take flight. People still travel. And what is worse is that the birds still migrate. Kurt's speech that has to remove any undertone of poetry carries an accusation of how can such extremities be hurled upon people and allowed to be continued, of the intense bifurcation in which normalcy and security are made inaccessible to a community, that all the forms of normalcy and its slow and fast movement appear baffling, incongruous, criminals, unacceptable, that even a moving word is an indication of all that
is being constantly and suddenly snatched from people. Next slide. Asilis Membe has been in his work called Necropolitics illustrating this reality that has become, next slide, that has become suddenly ostensible to the world at the cost of innumerable lives. A reality of bifurcation that moves towards the creation of camps. I'm really sorry, but the previous one. A reality of bifurcation that moves towards the creation of camps, that banalizes an indifference towards its tragedy, the endless death that it is responsible for. A bifurcated society marked by several kinds of borders and gradings of people in the name of law, marked by the ways it impinges on the movement of bordered people, perpetuates conditions of extreme displacement, continuing with its indifference towards the lessons of earlier camps that he charts through colonial and fascist regimes in which extreme bifurcation paved the way towards a scission of humanity in which communities were made disposable in the capitalist hands of necropolitical regimes who assume a position of sovereignty over the lives of the citizen and whom it denies the status of citizen. The next slide. Membe's focus of analysis follows the modes sovereignties attain in terms of structure that it makes for itself to control people, through which he aims to expose the patterns of criminal sovereignties, to resist them. And I feel somewhere that along with this descriptive and analytical critique, it's also necessary to listen to what the people have to share about their experience in such conditions. And here, the literature has an intimate role to play. I myself have been guided by the poems and literature particularly returning to the avian in certain ways to voice out the frustration, accusations, and appeals, and what people think of themselves and the power who claims to hold a sovereign status, who attempt to resist their voices. For example, Kurd's poem written 2 years back, with which I began with my research, has avian placed in a kind of geography where its paranoid reading has grown inside the domesticated boundaries of America becomes a truth for the Middle East, a literalization of what was almost unrealistic reality within the boundary of neo-colonial empire, that with its succinct metamorphic declaration wounds us. Or Mahul's poem that went viral recently, portraying a reality of deprivation of normalcy, in which writing about birds, the common cliche could not hold ground as the war planes have taken over the space of avian. The term normalcy is problematic, I know, as the state can demand an admission of normalcy from people while keeping them in oppression, something that is happening in India, and I'm sort of still looking for sensitive words for that. Next slide. So one thing that I have found in Membe's vocabulary in describing the dehumanization of the people is that he relies on the term becoming animal, and which of course was itself reinforced by, and he admits to, as he exposes it, that the signifier animal has been reinforced by the comparative discourses of colonial and fascist rulings that were trying to level and equalize the oppressed with animal, which itself is fueled by an anthropocentric bias of breeding and treating animal as inferior, savage, and violent to justify the treatment done to them. And the bird in his description rather surfaces in an angelic form in the imaginaries of technological advancements and its instrumentalization for the indifference and the sovereignties, almost indicating the lens of bifurcation of descent and ascension through which the necropolitics read its life. And I don't really aim to suggest a limit in the work of Membe. He has done extensive labor to expose the patterns of necropolitics, and I think I should have edited this slide more rigorously, I think. But somewhere the avian persists in more than just a sovereign form in the literature and imagination of people, where they identify themselves with different roles than just animal, at times almost challenging its important meaning upon them, that ask to listen to them through their literature. So I've brought many texts than I suggested in my abstract, and all of these texts have different contexts that I don't want to subsume, but I don't have that much of time to do justice to their historical concreteness. The aim to place these texts together is to acknowledge the consistencies and facilitate the solidarities between the voices of people who have been resisting the necropolitics in the very act of their survival and in the role of mobilization that they have taken in literature, in streets, and in universities. And I know that this has its hazards as I will go back to the texts of past century. But I just want to say that in no sense I aim to distract the focus from what is happening in Gaza and not at all to dilute its extremities, which comparison sometimes becomes almost a tool to do that. So next slide. Now, the context of Sikim's work is important. It's a colonial plantation, the time when the slave owners like Audubon were naturalist painters. And this history of naturalist painting, I was surprised to know, was based on the massacres of birds for them to control their movements. And I've brought this poem because the way this is able to expose how idealism associated with birds completely gloss and gloss and delete the death in the preoccupation of painter with his heart, if we agree it to be the chamber of his fantasy, a preoccupation that he is able to hold on to because of the way bird becomes a reflective surface, erased of its own shape and becoming the fantasy of the painter, which remains inexhaustible as the poem ends and emphasize a consistently impossible fantasy. Next slide. Now, this impossible fantasy becomes what the sovereign and disciplinary characters in Maranatha and Levi's work wants to achieve. Of course, the former being a war fanatic supports this fantasy even at the cost of self-annihilation, while Levi, who has been through the brutal experience of Holocaust, critiques it. So Maranatha, who is an active fascist collaborator, projects his fantasy of technological ascension in the form of a bird-shaped progeny through quite an Orientalist fashion by a duel between white hero, who is represented as proud Arab, and black community on a state of Africa, probably Libya, where he had participated in the colonial warfare historically. Next slide. The same fantasy was upholded by Dr. Lee, who, unlike esoteric protagonist of Mafarka, willing to suicide in order to reincarnate as an alien immortality, Dr. Lee is a rationalist hell-bent to prove that angels are not just fantastical imagination, that angel can be final development of human. And so he actually makes Jews the object of his unfounded fantasy, burning them to the limit in which they look like roasted chicken before being devoured by the ravenous neighbor. And Levy's mournful description then comes from a stringent critic of the idealism and messianism of fascist form that Marinati, with his dictum like war is the only hygiene of the world, holds and exports. Next slide. The next slide, I think, yeah. The burnt bird imaginary continues. Kamila Samshi's novel that begins with the previous one. The burnt bird imaginary continues. Kamila Samshi's novel that begins with the purple books being called birds to defend the lively imagination of people that persist continues resisting by escaping out of the surveillance apparatuses supposedly imposed to capture everything, including thoughts of the people, as presented in the quoted excerpt. This novel decides later on to call the burns that the protagonist, who is a young Japanese woman, receives from the nuclear bomb aboard. It calls that burnt mark a bird that for years couldn't have any sensation, could be just referred as something else that has come to occupy her back. Next slide. Shamsi has another work, Home Fire, where the flying object is read as the neo-colonial exterminating machine. And this function of flight, which was a privilege of birds who were the immediate symbol of freedom once, is what gets marred by the militarized goals of complete vision and control the new colonial empire of US demands in the poem of Tariq Doves, where proxy avian, the drone, watches, kills, records, and in its symbolic regime, even those birds that died persists and called live. Next slide. Sunara, I am sorry for putting only half of the poem here. It actually begins on a very personal note of the meaning of their last word, that is translatable to patronage. And Shunara, a Palestinian poet who attempts to forge an identification with the vulnerable species, its slow extermination that the world had and has been ignoring with its dissatisfaction by the absence of such spectacles that it can consider annihilative. The poem ends, almost breaks, after realizing that people who are driven by the sympathy for avian are just driven by that and are unable to register the massacres of their community, the people in Gaza, that they couldn't even put in words. With this, I would end my presentation, and I know I should have read out the poem, but because of the time constraint. Thank you.
Sina, thank you so much. That was so rich and so dense. We have just a little bit of time actually to maybe for one question. I know we have some panelists all here in the room. Let's see, Danny and Rida, and also Hannah and Zenith on Zoom. So I'm curious if there is a burning question for any of our panelists at this time, and we'll take one, and in the spirit of opening conversation after this conference, I highly recommend you reach out to everyone here, but we'll take one question if there is one burning. If not, we will move on to the next. Cool. I am burning up in this room generally. I don't know how anyone else is feeling, but like I'm sleepy. So thank you so much. I'm sure that questions will roll in, and as they come, Zenith will also share them with you. So yeah, without further ado, I'd like to thank all of our panelists on taking off sites of resistance and introduce Lecting to take on the next panel. Do you want to take it?
Hello all. Okay, so our next panel will be negotiating landed identities. Negotiated landed identities, which brings together true exploration on identity construction across time and space, and the exchange between the self, community, and the space one inhabits, and which expresses in the form of a material elements that surrounds us. Each presentation in this panel shed light on the precisely located process of formation and its imprints on land. So this program will be chaired by Dr. Ben Muta, and I would like to welcome Rupal Bansal for her presentation, Movement and Migration in the Nocturnal Space During the Partition of India in 1947.
Just move next. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you. Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you for the introduction and for organizing this wonderful conference. I'm very privileged to be here. My name is Rupal Bansal, and I'm a PhD student at Nottingham Trent University, currently working on discovering how the experiences of violence, migration, and rehabilitation of refugees are embedded in the chronotope of the night, with special focus on the fictional narratives around partition of India. This presentation is part of my second chapter, so I would welcome any feedback and criticism, honestly. I would like to directly delve into the night with an excerpt from Chaman Nahal's Azadi. I quote, "That was the most restless of nights the refugees spent along the route. Manjok was a small village of 40 to 50 houses, and they felt no threat from these quarters. But there was Alipur Saidia in the vicinity, and they had been attacked from there once that day. Little unpacking was done that night, and most people slept with their shoes on. No fires were lit, and they ate the leftover food of yesterday. Throughout the night, the wounded kept trickling in. With the first light of the next day, men were on their feet again." In the popular imaginary, the temporal space of the night is generally associated as a time of repose in safer environments against the darker forces which lurk outside. Emmanuel Levinas formulates how the act of sleeping is like entering into a contract with the protective forces of a place. This imaginary of repose is upturned in the background of mass uprootings of population and violence, which followed the independence of India. Chaman Nahal in his novel narrates the harrowing migratory experiences of families from Sialkot to Delhi during the partition. Lala Kashi Ram, along with his family and neighbors, joined thousands of other Hindus in kafilas or large convoys to travel on foot towards the relatively safer nation for them, which was India. A similar ordeal is faced on the other side, with kafilas of Muslims struggling through the landscape to come to Pakistan. The partition of India marked a seismic shift in the demographies of the Indian subcontinent. Prashant Bhardwaj, Asim Khwaja, and Atif Mia, in their study of the migrant population, estimates the displacement of 32.4 million people and the disappearance and possible death of 3.4 million from 1931 to 1951. The migrations which continued in the decades following 1951 still remain unaccounted. Many contemporary studies have mapped the complexities of these migratory experiences with respect to class and caste structures. Ravinder Kaur, for example, argues how the mode of transportation during partition was largely governed by the rural and urban demographics. The access to safe transportation, like airplanes, was limited to the upper urban class population, while the rural and urban lower class population had to rely on foot convoys or railways. These caravans, delineates Bhaskar Rao, could be as long as 240 kilometers with 50 to 60,000 refugees. But as Ravinder Kaur expounds, there was a lack of armed guards for protection, unavailability of food, and frequent attacks on the convoys, trains, and motor transports. It is the migratory experience of these kafilas that are subject of this presentation. While the literature on partition is extensive, most of the studies are focused on either mapping the historiography of migration and looking at it in retrospect, or analyzing the echoes of partition migration in the contemporary world. Not many have deliberated on the actual experiential structures of migration during the partition. Kaja Jensen Rathe marks the need for a continued systematic reflection on the lived experiences of migrants to offer new knowledges indispensable for understanding what is actually at stake. The Oral History Project provides an important outlet for these personal experiences, but allied effective narrative descriptors, either due to temporal distance or the trauma associated with those memories. Therefore, to understand the experiential structures of these of two essential components of movement and migration, namely space and time, I wish to analyze what Musharrul Hassan terms as the alternative little narratives of partition, which are available in fictional narratives. Night not only signified a period of not only signified the period of partition metaphorically in book titles like Midnight's Children or Midnight Furies, but determined a very real space that governed the events which followed partition. Usually, violence and arson was meted out at night time, as it provided a veil of obscurity to the perpetrators. Night becomes an ideal space to restrict movement of migrants while avoiding culpability. Looking at the attacks on trains carrying migrants, Swarna Iyer points out that night provided an ideal cover for mobs to prevent detection and easy escape. Similarly, D.G. Harrington Hawes narrates his experience of being in one of the trains which were attacked and admits how the fighters waited for the night to attack. Moreover, the risk of abductions and killings from the fringes of large kafilas increased substantially during the night. Night also acted as a space where symbolic acts of spectacular violence, like fires and mass killings, could be carried out to instill terror into the other community. The spectacularity of communal violence is equally driven by a visible assertion of power, as from the feeling of retributive justice. As Yves Winter observes, and I quote, by aiming to induce awe and spectatorship on an affective level, such violence relies on an aesthetic dramaturgy. Nocturnal space becomes a perfect stage to perform the theatricality of power through violence. According to Winter, violence must appear in a certain way. Strategies of violence, in short, must take a form of an address, the symbolic term of which are intelligible to an audience. At the height of sectarian violence during partition, burning houses, villages, or specific areas during the night became a sign of communal dominance, as it was visible from regions far, far away. It is important to note that a lot of remote areas and migratory paths had minimum illumination during nighttime, which resulted in radical visibility of acts of violence. The picture is actually of an Israeli airstrike in the northern Gaza Strip in 2023. The impact of the burning sky, which the darkness magnifies, creates a far-reaching symbol of horror and terror. This symbol, therefore, becomes an important signifier in asserting communal dominance and creating terror in the communal other. In the context of partition, this terror specially impacted the affective landscapes of migrants. As Harnam Singh and Banto in Bhisham Sahni's Tamas escape into the night, they observe the sky burning into the distance. As Harnam Singh stands hesitant, he notices how the horizon glowed red far off in the other direction as well. On their first escape, they stand stupefied on observing the fires coming from the direction of the village. This gives birth to the feelings of restlessness, unease, and sleeplessness during migration. And the phantasmagorical nature of night functions to raise this fear and anxiety. Similarly, in narrating the experiences of migrants traveling from West Pakistan to Delhi in his short story, The Train Has Arrived at Amritsar, Sahani expounds, and I quote, the moon had appeared in the sky by then, and the world outside seemed even more mysterious and threatening. In the far distance, we occasionally saw flames leaping up into the sky. Cities were burning all around us. Movement during the night, therefore, was accompanied by heightened terror of unseen enemies and acts of spectacular violence, the effects of which are still remnant in testimonies of partition migration. Night, however, I will argue, has a dual character. Although the invisibility of night aided violence, it also offered cover for people to migrate. When Harnam Singh and Banto are in exile from their house, it is the darkness of the night that hides them from the mob. The reduction of their physical being into the imperceptible outline renders them inconspicuous in the dark hours of the night. Sahani writes, they had to keep moving as long as the night shadows were there to protect them. Very soon day would break and countless dangers would attack them from all sides like hungry bears. For many migrants like Harnam Singh and Banto, who were traveling alone in very small groups, night became a less precarious space to travel in order to reach camps or larger kafilas without detection. Hiding into the forest or fields at night became a familiar way to escape surveillance from the communal other. It is in the night that the boundaries are blurred and movement beyond boundaries can be envisioned. Brian D. Palmer has talked about the transgressive potential of night. Throughout history, he writes, night's association with darkness has cast the shadowy hours of evening and early morning as an environment of transgression, a time and place where power's constraint might be shed and powerlessness' aspirations articulated. The reduction in surveillance during the nighttime helped put this movement into motion. The transgression is represented by the acts of venturing out in perilous spaces beyond safe borders of home, camps, and communities. Even in contemporary times, movement across borders, surveilled by nation states, is facilitated by nocturnal obscurity. In Chaman Nahal's Azadi, despite the precariousness of wandering beyond the transitory camp of Gunnakalan, Arun, the protagonist, ventures into the field at late evening. The spatio-temporality of the night, as I will argue, does not only delimit physical movement, but plays an important role in challenging the ontological underpinnings of borders. The discourse of borders and boundaries, I argue, is deeply embedded in visual semiotics, disseminated through the material cultures of lined maps and barbed wires. Most of our knowledge of national borders and borderlines stem from the consumption of these intermediaries of walls, lines, and wires through popular media productions. The first image that pops into my head are the lined maps, which were so ardently taught during political science classes. During partition, the Radcliffe line, drawn hastily without due consideration on a map, became a governing ocular symbol of the partition of the Indian subcontinent. Night spatio-temporality precisely disrupts and challenges this ocular centrism. The darkness of the night envelops borders and boundaries of objects, spaces, and territories, blurring the distinctive ontologies of self, communities, and nations which are formed in the diurnal space. John Talmadge contends that at night, vision becomes less critical and that sensory information is gathered by hearing, touching, or smelling. Also, in becoming attuned to the landscape through these other senses, the body relaxes, opens, breathes, extends its attention outwards into the world. A similar experience befalls Arun, again the protagonist of Chaman Nahal's Azadi, when he ventures into the field at night time, away from his refugee camp. Nahal writes, and I quote, "He walked with heavy steps, feeling strange and newly fashioned. This particular field had been tilled and his feet sank into the soft, upturned earth. The feeling of communion grew on him as he walked. He was establishing new contacts, growing new roots. He breathed deep and felt satiated, lifting his head high into the sky and exposing his neck to the caress of the spirit roaming there." End quote. Arun's haptic and oral experience of openness and expansiveness towards the landscape challenges the ocular lines that delineate the borders of individuals and identities. The ontological category of a citizen that associates itself through national boundaries and therefore became one of the governing principles for riots dissolves into the more natural associations with geography. The absence of these visual demarcations then work towards imagining new ontologies and ontological way of beings in the world. These experiential structures of the night during migration negate and redefine identity. This is captured by John Daniel's contention that daylight vision catches on the surface of things, gets snagged and tugged about by their multiplicity. Whereas when looking at trees in the forest at night, the sensation is of their commonality and not the names we knew them by, but their essential namelessness. The blurring of boundaries between self and the other into a composite whole during the night provides a revolutionary landscape to reimagine relationships. This is especially done through shifting towards other modes of perception. Michael Serres notes that immersion in dark spaces provokes the mobilization of sensory capacities not deployed in the night. The sonic perceptions of the night work towards providing alternative perceptual experiences. Nahal elaborates on Arun's experience, and I quote, "The noise of the crickets had increased, and they seemed to be shrieking from every bush and tree. The other noises had dimmed. The noise from the camp continued, but only in the background. There was only he there and the crickets and the peace of the star-studded night. The sound of the night, therefore, rather than being apprehended as a condition of fear and danger, provides an alternate perceptual reality. It offers a temporary reprieve from spatial, social, and ocular norms of subjectivity that were forced upon people during partition." To conclude, night takes on multiple meanings and functions, literary and otherwise, especially in reference to the migration of refugees, where its invisibility hides within its fold violent inceptions of riots and culpabilities of perpetrators. It also, at the same time, helps migrants reach safer places, and challenges narratives of borders and boundaries. Looking at the bearings of the night in contemporary narratives of refugee migration, therefore, can provide important insights into migratory experiences and therefore have potential of informing migration policies and understanding the ocular-centric discourses around borders and boundaries. Sorry for taking a little bit longer, but thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Rupal. Next, we will have Yun Wang presenting Enclosed at Sikata and Moonlight, a mini ethnography of land desire, which will be shared as a recorded presentation.
Hi, Yun. Can you hear me? I think you can unmute your mic and share your screen with us.
Okay, so sorry, I just I did myself. So it's my turn now, or
Yes, it is yours.
okay, sorry about late. I thought it was 20, like 35 or something. Mm. I don't think I can share my screen.
Can you try again? Oh,
Yeah, okay. You see my screen right now?
yes.
Okay. So just start yet. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Ying. It's really great to be here at the conference today. And I'm very sorry that I couldn't make it to SOAS to meet so many interesting researchers in person. But I actually have a MA in social anthropology of development at SOAS. I guess this program is no longer exist right now, but it's still really nice to be here again. So I'm in graduate school of interdisciplinary studies at NYU and focusing on research around art, literature, and anthropology of science and technology studies.
Before the Q&A session, we are moving into moving in the past and present, articulating history and cultural practices in Propolingo by Dewi Resminiangyu, sorry, which is also joining us online.
Thank you. I'll start. But would you mind trying to letting me share my screen?
Yeah, you can try again.
It's still disabled. Okay, it works now.
Yeah, it looks good here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present this conference. Actually, I would like to present my ethnographic research in Probolinggo. I'm currently in my 4th month of my fieldwork, so there is still much to develop. So in this presentation, I would like to show you where is actually Probolinggo and what made me interested to study this area and what are my early findings during this 4th month of fieldwork. So where is Probolinggo? If you know Indonesia, this Indonesian map, and Probolinggo is located in the island number 2. Actually, most of you might know about Bali. Bali is the island number 4, but Java Island, where Probolinggo is located, is just next to Bali, so it's the island number 2. And if you ever come to Java, Java is really huge. It's divided into several provinces, but I will focus on East Java province, where there is this area called Eastern Salient of Java, and Probolinggo is located in this Eastern Salient of Java. And why I would like to analyze this area, because in the past, if you see this map, there's this island, black bordered island. It's called Madura Island. And then if you see the red bordered one, it's Probolinggo. So in the past, people in Madura Island or Maduris faced financial hardship during the Dutch colonizations. They had to pay heavy taxes, but they did not have anything to pay. And then there are a lot of socio-political situations during the Dutch occupation which triggered them to migrate from Madura Island to this eastern salient of Java. And I will particularly study the area called Probolinggo. So if you come to Probolinggo nowadays, it will be a really dynamic place, because in the past, yes, there were a lot of Japanese, but then during the 1980s, 1950s, Maduris came to this area and outnumbered the people of Japanese. So the Maduris were 3 times than the Japanese at that time. But currently, after the factories have been built in Probolinggo, there's another migration from another Japanese folk. So it's kind of, the area is in flux. In the past, it's Japanese people dominating the area, and then Madras people dominating the area. And now, when you come to the area, you might find a lot of mixed descendants, mixed marriage between Madras and Japanese are a lot, and people might not identify themselves as Madras or might not identify themselves as Japanese. But I will tell you further about this, how actually people try to look at themselves after this long stories of migration in the Dutch colonial period and after the independence era in Indonesia. So previously, some of you might already know about this work. It's a Religion of Java by Geertz. Geertz at the time divided Japanese Muslims into 3 categories based on the social class: Santri, Abangan, and Priayi. But of course, this work has been widely criticized because the regional variations matter more than the social class. And Javanese is like, Java is a huge island and you cannot generalize Java into one particular thing. And then the next research by Kuncharaningat, he acknowledged the regional variations in Java because when you come to the west and you come to the east, there will be lots of differences. And he particularly acknowledged the presence of the eastern salient of Java and the Madras influence which heavily dominated the area. And then the recent research, actually it was written by my favorite lecturer at SOAS. It's about the study of Probolinggo itself. He studied Probolinggo and focusing on the mixed people. He's focused on how mixed marriages produce the mixed descendants of Japanese and Madras. But instead of mixing the culture, he argues that mixed descendant will embrace both culture. So at one time, a mixed descendant can be Madras, can be coarse, and in another time when it's needed, they can be Japanese, they can be more refined. And he confirmed with the word pedalungan. Pedalungan is a top-down concept. Pedalungan means mixed, and it was introduced by the scholars and government to identify people here. They try to identify people who are mixed descendant as pedalungan. But after doing my field work for 4 months, Actually, a very few people understand the concept of pedalaman. Most do not even know what is pedalaman, and they do not even identify themselves as pedalaman. That's why I would like to broaden the analysis of Probolinggo. I would like to give more nuanced portrait of the people in Probolinggo, because I found that in the past, Dutch regulation really played a huge role in Probolinggo, because in the past, Dutch really separated areas between the ethnic groups. So the periphery and port areas would be occupied by Madris. That's why there were a lot of Madris in those areas. But in the city center, the Dutch would place civil servants who mostly were Japanese. And then at some places where factories have been built, there were a lot of Japanese newcomers there, because at that time, the Dutch really believe in Japanese capability than the Madris. That's why in current Probolinggo, you could see that in the periphery, in the port areas, there will be lots of Madris people and the Madris dominated areas. And then in the city center, in some factories areas, you could see there are mixed area. There are a lot of mixed marriages there. And then the method that I employ is ethnographic methods. I particularly would like to see the perspective of lower middle class Muslims, because Probolinggo currently is one of the poorest area in East Java, and I would like to see how the people, how they built the bottom up concept, not the top down concept introduced by the government. So I conducted participant observation. But although I was born and raised in Probolinggo for like 18 years, I would not consider myself as a native ethnographer. Instead, I would like to say myself as insider, because I have like multiple identities. I have migrated from Probolinggo for a decade, and then I could take objective distance as a researcher, and also I could take subjective distance as a person who was born in Probolinggo. And then I plan to interview around 50 informants. I have already interviewed around 30 now. I would like to study different point of views among the lower middle class Muslims, but also pick some people who have a lot of influence to the lower middle class Muslims, such as a religious figure and then some health workers. So the early findings, what I have found during this 4 months in Probolinggo. So after studying more Madras dominated areas, I could see that actually the very first articulation of identity is within the family. Within the family, language becomes a crucial tool, because they identify themselves as Madras. They do not identify themselves as Japanese or mixed. So they identify themselves as Japanese because their mother tongue is Japanese. They speak, their mother tongue is Madras. They speak Madras with their peers, with their families. So the first articulation, the very first identity that they acquired is Madras, and when they see newcomers coming from other areas in Java, they would say they are Japanese and I'm a Madras. So it's a clear boundary between Madras and Japanese. So it's kind of different with what Costas found, because Costas found that in Probolinggo, it's all about mixed people, about Madras and Japanese descendants. But in Madras dominant areas, no, it's all about how they really set the boundaries and Madras. And one important finding is about Julukan. Julukan is a nickname. So in Madras tradition, if you are married, you will be given nickname. For instance, I will use English names so you will not be confused. For instance, the husband's name is John, and then the wife name is Catherine. But after they are married, people will coin a name and maybe they will call them Bonnie. So rather than using surname or rather than calling John or Catherine, they will call the husband, both the husband and wife as Bonnie. So when you call Bonnie, both the wife and husband will look at you, and it represents equality between man and woman in the Madras family, because in Japanese family, after you married, then there will be hierarchy. Usually, the husband has higher level than the wife, because the husband will be called mas. Mas is a term saying that you are higher than me because you are the older brother, something like that. But in Madras culture, no, they have like this really equality among the family because of the julukan, means both you're no longer John, you're no longer Catherine, you're Bonnie, you're the same. You have the same status now. And then the second articulation, after they are acquiring their identity as Madhuris, and then they move across communities, because in Probolinggo there are a lot of areas. There are Madhuris dominated areas, there are mixed areas. And then when these people who identify themselves as Madhuris move across community, they start learning Japanese. Why? Because they said that because they want to mingle with others, because they want to socialize with people, they want to respect the Japanese, the newcomers. Although they are not really fluent in Japanese, at least they understand, they could speak like the bare minimum to understand their Japanese newcomers and how they can interact with them. Usually they learn Japanese in school or hospitals, because some teachers usually come from Japanese areas. That's why they learn Japanese to just respect other people. But for the Japanese newcomers, so the recent migration, they also try to learn Madhuris, because if they don't learn Madhuris, they could not mingle. Because in the area, as I said before, the Madhuris outnumber the Japanese. So most people will use the Madhuris language everywhere. For instance, in the market, if you use Japanese language, then you will be considered outsider. But if you use Madhuris, then you will be given the same price as the local, because Probolinggo is identical with this Madhuris language. So the Japanese also employ this language as social tool to learn Madhuris and to become part of the community. And one important finding is that there are some people, I thought they are like true Madhuris because they speak Madhuris very well. But when I said, "Are you Madhuris?" and they said, "No, I'm Japanese. I come from Japanese family, but now I speak Madhuris fluently. I really identify myself as Madhuris because they have already identified themselves as Japanese Probolinggo, and Madhuris is just part of that." And then another finding that I would like to emphasize is about refine and coarse. While Costas is true that people usually say Madhuris as coarse and Japanese as refined, they use that to move from one community to other community. But within the community, they use language to move from other. Let me give you examples. So in Madhuris and Japanese language, if you use refined language, means that you are trying to address people with respect. So you usually use refined language with the elderly people. But if you use coarse language, means you talk with your peer or with the younger siblings. So you could move from the elderly community to the younger community using different language, different level of language. Either it's the refined level when you have to speak Madhuris with the higher, with the older people, or you can use coarse language to move and to speak with the younger generation of the Madhuris. It's the same with in Japanese. You could also use refined language with the elder and then a coarse language with the younger. So to conclude, I would like to give more nuance about people in Probolinggo. First, I agree with Gustav that mixed people were there in Probolinggo because there are a lot of marriages between Japanese and Madris. Then they acquired both Japanese and Madris language within their family because usually the father is Japanese and the mother is Madris, and they will acquire both language within the family. And the first articulation, of course, they are mixed. But I would like to point out that there are also self-identified Madris in Madris-dominated areas. They do not identify themselves as Japanese because their very first articulation, their very first identity is Madris because of the Madris language. And then third, I would like to say that there are also mixed people because of the language. For instance, Japanese as the newcomers, although their very first identity is Japanese, but after acquiring the Madris, they are more fluent in Madris, and then they said they are mixed because they have become part of the community in Probolinggo. So people in coastal areas, it's quite different from what the Dutch reported in the past. Currently, I find that people in coastal areas neither identify themselves as Japanese nor Madris. They speak both Japanese and Madris, and they identify themselves as, yes, just Probolinggo people. They don't need the title, they don't need the ethnic group title, whether they're Japanese, whether they're Madris. They just say, no, I'm both. I'm just people of Probolinggo because I speak both language, something like that. So these are all my findings during the 4th month in Probolinggo. I would really appreciate if there's like more suggestions and comments on this. And you could reach me out in this email address. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Dewey, thank you so much for this rich presentation. Now, we would like to welcome Dr. Ben for a reflection on this presentation.
Thank you very much, everyone. I really enjoyed listening to all of the papers. I guess I'm trying to think of the links and commonalities between the first paper and the last. Obviously, we have the idea of migration and movement, one being I guess in the second one, we have a migration for, in the last paper, we had migration for other reasons than the first. But nonetheless, I guess one of the questions that sort of lies over all three of them is this idea of, for me, it's the difference between space and place. So place being, if you like, a fixed being somewhere, but space is almost the identity of the place. And the idea, if we're talking about multiple identities, how the identity of the place itself can change between day and night, according to the various discourses that we're surrounded by and so on. And this is like the imagining of space. And this is why I think what I appreciated between all of them so much. I have questions. I guess I'm going to throw out three very short questions that maybe people can, each of the speakers can think about. But then if other people here have questions too, then please come forward with them. The question for the first speaker, you're up in, are you, where is the first speaker? You're here. I was thinking, where are you up here? But you are here, of course. Yeah. So my question for you, it's a bit off. You referred to the tiny narratives, and I guess one of the, it's not directly about. So there were two questions I had for you. The first one was, can you just explain a little bit about how you selected the narratives that you're drawing on? Because I imagine there's a vast range, and I guess it's because some of the research that I do is very much thinking about the space of the night, and one of the questions I thought was thinking about, which you sort of got onto, was the opportunity of the night, which isn't always a place of violence and so on. It's also a place of potential safety because of the lesser surveillance, and sometimes, you know, dark spaces, one can get away with more things than one can in full sight of the day. Maybe it's not so relevant to the research that you're doing, but I was thinking about within the communities of migrants themselves, I was thinking about the opportunities that night offer for community formation itself, and maybe for illicit sort of relationships within people within the community as they're moving and so on. So I was just thinking about other opportunities that the night might offer, despite it being a very obviously a tremendously precarious and difficult situation for those people who are moving. That was my question there. Dewi, so I'm more on topic with Dewi because I also work on Indonesia, but as well as language and this idea that by taking on another language, the potential for one's identity to almost change, you know, from Javanese to Madurese or Javanese to mixed and so on. I guess I was also thinking about the idea of marriage, and to what extent is this decision to take on the other language or to learn another language or to more identify as mixed or to more identify as Madurese or Javanese, as well as learning the language, to what extent is this to do with actual marriage to someone from another community or what other factors beyond simply language? And then my question for Ewan, I really enjoyed your paper as well. And I guess for me, when I've tried to do research on theatre and so on, one of the problems of theatre is the archive. And I think you alluded to the problem of archive in that with literature, hopefully there's copies, you know, something was written 60 years ago, you can still read it. Theatre is often much more complicated. And so I just wonder if you could sort of say a little bit more about some of the complications of working with theatre, because you're not strictly in the current time, you're not wholly in the current time, are you? So yeah, those were my questions. I don't know if you want to continue to have a think on those. If anyone else had any questions that they wanted to throw out, or are there any questions anyone wanted to ask? In that case, who wants to have a go? Maybe because you're in the room, have a go at.
So, your first question about selecting the books which I'm looking at, the primary resources. I wish to read all of them, the books on partition, but yeah, it's not possible. But what I'm looking at, particularly narratives, are effective descriptors. So if a narrative is talking more about, so I'm completely lying away from the historiography books, which trace the cause and effect of partition, and I'm looking more at narratives which describe the whole process based on, of course, these are fictional narratives and there's a caveat associated with it, but I am looking, I'm trying to look at more narratives which are effective and descriptive in that effectiveness. I don't know if that's it. But yeah, so that's how I'm picking my primary resources up to now, because some short stories are really, really effective in navigating the emotions of what people were going through during those times. But yeah, I don't have a straightforward answer to that. But these are some of the filters that I'm using. Yeah.
And are they all are they all from the time, or what time span are these stories written in?
Narratives that I'm looking at are written 30 years, because there was, when it comes to partition, either it was very, very political in a sense, because the writings of Manto and a lot of the writers were writing them for a very political means. But the real reflection, I think, I'm nobody to judge, but I think the more reflective pieces came around 30 years, after 30 years of partition. So I'm taking a lot of narratives like Intezar Hussein's, During the Balls, all of these narratives, they're more reflective in this sense and more effective in that sense. So that's how I'm using my primary resources. The second question was, we have a lot of authors actually, because I came into night studies thinking that not a lot of work is being done. But there are a lot of authors who have written about night and community formation. So I'm forgetting the name of the author, I was trying to search that. But there's a book called Buenos Noches, which talks about how communities of Latin Americans use this phase of the night for community building in terms of storytelling, how this idea of coming together, telling narratives, building narratives as well happens. So yeah, there's a lot of literature on that as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe next, we'll go in the order that you spoke initially. So Yun Wang next. Yeah, if you have, so I was asking you about archives and the problems or how you work with archives.
Well, I guess it's really hard to answer. So basically, so in the field, back to China, I just go to, what was the word? I don't know how to translate that, but you know, there's a market who's selling like meat and fish and really like old stuff, you know, from last century and some DVDs or some like sound things. I just go dive into this place to find, because there were some villagers really into the performances, like different performances, like for example, the buffalo fights, the sound, the calm chorus, and just really a rough recording, but it was saved in kind of this video form in DVDs or something. And there was also I was trying to basically try to work with the government institution a little bit, so they have kind of the, you know, the history of the village something, and it's called like 县志. So basically there was a fixed narrative of everything here, like how this kind of theater recorded in development of the cultural promotion things. So this is also another way I try to work, but it's just, the thing is too much information for that and too much data have to like fit it on. And another thing is, this is always the problem, because if you translate or transform the performance of theater, the you know, what was happening, basically it is impossible, but there was something left it in, you know, there's a book of the script. And this is really interesting thing, as well as basically they have two versions, which is in Kham language and another one is in Chinese languages. And everything was so different. Yeah, I could do more research on that. And also, so now I'm really interested in theory. It's called transductive, from, I think it's called, I forget name, anyway, from MIT professors. Basically, he was arguing this kind of knowledge circulate in different media platform, kind of in technology side and also on site, you know, the real time happening. And this kind of fits different from the language translation, but it's also really, really different, interesting translation, but it's the word transductive. Yeah, I think it's, I could talk a lot for whole days.
That's good. Unfortunately, we don't have all day,
Yeah.
but very good. That's a very good start. Thank you very much, Ian, for that. And Dewi, I was asking you about people can change language, but what are, you know, are there other factors in terms of how people are seeing themselves other than actually the language they speak and the choice to take on another language?
Sorry, I could not really hear your voice. Would you mind repeating it once again?
So what I'm asking is, if someone is Madurese and they then learn Javanese, the sense of perhaps becoming mixed, or maybe a sense of taking on aspects of Javanese identity and vice versa. So you talked about that in terms of taking on language, but are there other factors which make someone who's Madurese feel more Javanese, for example? And I cited the potential example of marriage, for example. If someone marries someone who is Javanese, will that also be a factor in them feeling more a sense of Javanese-ness or Madurese-ness?
Yeah, there's actually this area, because as I said, there are a lot of areas with different features, these different distinctive characters. There's this area where most people speak Japanese. So when one marry because this area is close to a factory, it's a sugar factory where they have a lot of Japanese workers. And then when mother is married to this Japanese dominated area, he or she is expected to learn Japanese. But as far as I know, it's really hard for the Japanese to learn Mandarins, and then it's really hard for them to acquire this identity to be a Madris. But sorry, I mixed myself. So it's really hard for the Madris to be a Japanese, and it's really hard for the Madris to learn the Japanese culture because as I said before, Probolinggo is really dominated by Madris culture. And when they marry Japanese in a Japanese community in Probolinggo, they really cannot detach themselves from the Madris language, and it's hard for them to learn Japanese. But of course, there is another case when marriage gives them reasons to really learn hard to speak Japanese because when they want to be accepted as part of the family, yes, they have to learn that, but it takes really a lot of time, and usually it will result in exclusion because they could not really master the Japanese, the refined language of Japanese to talk with the elderly there. So to this point, I haven't found the areas where Madris can really speak fluently and become embracing the Japanese culture in Probolinggo. So far, is that answering your question?
Yes, thank you very much. So I've a feeling I might have blown the timetable. I was going to say, are there any more questions? But I sense that we don't have time for more questions. No, so in that case, I'm going to wrap the session up and I'm going to ask everyone to give one more round of applause to all the speakers. And organisers, thank you very much as well. And I will now leave the stage.
Thank you. We have our next panel, Timing the Archives, where the presentations trace cultural phenomena and materiality across unstable pasts into discretely unstable presents. Chairing this panel is Dr. Ida Hajianis. The first presentation, From Baiji to Devi, tracing the transformation of the female performer in 20th century North India, is by Savni Karkhanis. Welcome, Savni.
Hello, I'm Savni. So this year in March, I went to Darbar Festival, which is this Hindustani classical music festival that happens in London. And Kaushiki Chakrabarti, a very famous Hindustani performer, was performing. And I was enchanted by the sheer rigmarole around the performance. So she was feted like a Hindu goddess almost. A shawl was draped around her, a sacred lamp was lit in front of her, flowers were distributed. It was as if the Rangbhumi or the sacred stage of the Natya Shastra had come alive. And that got me thinking, how did the transformation of music and musical performance happen from a time when it was performed by tawayafs or courtesans to this weird sacred performance of it all? And can this be charted? So here, North India is less a geographical description and more of a musical description as opposed to South Indian or Carnatic music. And North Indian or Hindustani classical music is a musical tradition that is replete with styles like the Thumri, the Dadra, the Khayal. These are all different genres of music. And the traditional custodians of this have been Muslim ustads or teachers and musicians called gharanedars, or the courtesan, the tawayaf.
And these are women who can best be described as having occupied ambiguous public spaces and uncertain social identities. Not prescribing to orthodox norms of traditional conjugal setups, and often belonging to lower castes of hereditary performers, the Tawayafs were looked at with suspicion by both the colonial officials as well as an emerging middle class, upper caste mentality. And this all manifested in the anti-Norch movement, where all sorts of public women, whether they were cantonment prostitutes, baijis, Tawayafs, musical performers, were branded together in one and were forbidden from performing in public, which is almost as if they were forbidden from existing in public. So the first quote is by Keshav Chandra Sen, a reformer at the turn of the century, and this is how he describes Gohar Jan, a very famous Tawayaf. Hell is in her eyes, in her breast is a vast ocean of poison, round her comely waist dwell the furies of hell. Her hands are brandishing unseen daggers, ever ready to strike unwary or willful victims that fall in her way. Her blandishments are India's ruin. Alas, her smile is India's death. So very much a representation of the degeneracy of the moral fiber of the country. 100 years after that, this is how the Prime Minister of our country, of India, this is the condolence message that the Prime Minister of India put out for Prabha Atre, who was an exemplary performer in 20th century India. He calls her a luminary of Indian classical music. He says that her efforts have greatly enriched our cultural fabric. So a representation of the great, antique, ancient lineage. Well, so as you can see, this image of depravity and degeneracy has changed to one of reverence and respectability. I argue that this transformation in the social position of the female performer, as well as the perceptions about her music, occurred through a systematic process of decontextualizing music from its traditional performance context and then giving it a more respectable makeover. These contestations occur not only on the music itself, but also on the body and the identity of the performer. Spearheading this process of decontextualization is a recording drive that happens in the early 20th century, where hundreds of recordings of Tawayaf, such as Gohar Jan, Mumtaz Jan, are recorded and then sent out. What recording did is that it transformed the way music was consumed and understood. So we don't have video evidence, of course, of these performances because they're 100 years old, but we do have descriptions of them. This is how Gohar Jan's performance is described. She was entertaining a Nawab. The Nawab's preference was for Thumri, which she sang in one of her sensuous veins with a lot of bhav batana. Bhav batana is the art of gesture and the art of expression. It is a great pity that today's world does not know what a great khayal singer was lost to the voluptuous folds of Thumri. This quote encapsulates the way performance is viewed. It's this intimate, sensual space where there is far more than just the music. There is expression, there is movement. So this is a recording from the 1910s of Gohar Jan, and I'll play a little bit so that you can actually imagine what that transformation in listening practice would be like. I'll play it from here, I think. So the genre that she's performing here is called Thumri, which is a distinct embodiment of the feminine voice. It talks about the woman's desire, of course, male-mediated desire, but a woman's desire. And it is more than simply an auditory experience and hinges on the creation of emotional communities between the listener and the performer and the sense of intimacy between the two. This is what bhav batana is. There's a lot of movement. The body is very much an instrument here. As you can see in the recording, much of that multi-sensory content is lost. The experience has been reduced to purely an auditory one. Gramophones permeated the living rooms of the respectable classes, replacing the kothas or the tawayaf's domain as listening spaces and sanitizing the way in which music was experienced, devoid of the performer itself. This disembodied the performer's voice from their body, ridding it of its sexual or sensual instrument and reducing it to a purely auditory abstraction. Another method of doing this was that in the early 20th century, there was the rise of what we can today equate as the modern ticketed concert hall. The Tawayaf and her musical performance often navigated through ambiguous transactions between her and the patron, the commodity in which was sometimes music, sometimes more than music. With the rise of ticketed concerts or jalsas, this transaction between the performer and the audience is made transparent, and the commodity is reduced to simply being music. At the same time, the concert hall as a space creates a physical distance between the performer, much like between me and you, and an emotional distance. The art of rijhana, or to woo with coquetry, disappears, and music loses its social context, especially important for aesthetically evocative styles such as the thumri, which relied so much on communicating emotion. In this journey, there occur what I call transitional spaces for female performers between the kotha and the concert hall. I know this is a very crude binary. Quite a bit of work has been done on Marathi theatre or Natya Sangeet, where until the 19th century, it was men who played female parts and familiarized the audience with a certain male-sanctioned version of femininity. It was in these parts that of the mythical Savitri or the mythical Shakuntala, the ideal wives of Hindu mythology, that performers like Hirabai Barodekar first negotiated some space for themselves. This is, of course, not to imply that these transitional spaces existed chronologically before the concert hall. There was an overlap. But it is to argue that they presented as avenues that normalize the Kulin performer of classical music. Kulin here means someone of a good family, a well-brought-up girl. The Marathi theatre hall, or the auditory universe of the gramophone, I believe functioned as these transitional spaces. At the same time, this is a time in Indian history which is seeing an extensive enterprise in creating a classical music tradition and imagining that musical tradition as the authentic inheritance of this perceived Hindu nation. Part of this exercise is through standardizing music and noting music down. What this does is that it creates an enormous output of musicological literature, such as journals, treatises, songbooks, and manuals. So while the gramophone allowed the Kulin woman to hear Hindustani classical music, it was this literature that allowed, at least in the formative years of one's musical education, for the Kulin performer to engage with music at home instead of in the gharanas of, say, a Muslim ustad. Today's biggest musicians, of course, still belong to the gharana tradition. They did not undercut this tradition. But what it did was it normalized music and women engaging with music in the domestic setting. Another aspect of this classicalization was the reimagining of music as this sacred tradition. For Hindustani musicians, as well as especially women, it became extremely important to embody the sacrality that this music was seeming to bestow upon them. This is a description of Tarabai Mane. Tarabai Mane's first public performance just at the turn of the century. As you can see, probably, you can read it, but she's doing namaskar to everyone. Sweet milk and prasad is being offered. She's only singing bhajans. And it's sort of a religious ritual. There's aarti being done at the end. There's communal prayers. There's chanting, which is, I like to look at it as this space where women are consciously making the choice to inhabit this public space, but are also very aware of the ramifications of inhabiting this public space and are having to deal with music as pleasure versus music as devotion. This is Kishori Amonkar. By the way, all of these are performers that all these are performers that were performing in the 20th century. So this is Kishori Amonkar. I'm not going to play the video, but I'll tell you what's in the video. Who basically talks about how her mother in the 40s and 30s taught her that music is a penance, music is a ritual, music is not entertainment, and music is not pleasure. Keeping in line with this, a new image of the female performer is emerging, consciously navigating and precariously constructed, sometimes by the performer themselves, as can be seen by Tarabai Mane. Consequently, performers in the early to mid-20th century like Hirabai Barodekar and Kesarbai Kerkar had to carefully embody the role of the simple, dutiful Hindu wife. They have a palla on their head, they have Mangal Sutra in their neck, they have a bindi. It's the embodiment of the dutiful, the calm, nothing to do with the salacious, the wife. Interestingly enough, in most of their autobiographies or biographies or just the literature surrounding them, they're often at different points of time described as being aloof. And I wonder if this aloofness is a garb that is donned to separate themselves from the decadent emotional explorations of the Tawayef's craft. Also, in all of their biographies, at some point or other, they are called Matoshri or Mai. And from the uneasy public space of the Tawayef, suddenly maternal, the idea of the revered maternal figure comes about. It is at this point that the transformation is complete, because now women have become gurus. They have found somebody who will touch their ears every time they say their name and admonishment. They have found somebody to call Guru Mata and Matoshri to create a musical lineage, to create almost a metaphoric bloodline in hagiographies. And it is these women, the uncertain performers of the 20th century, at different times embodying the idea of the wife, at different times embodying the idea of the mother, at different times embodying the idea of the performer, that finally lead to the transformation of music to what I saw in Kaushiki Chakrabarti as this goddess. And you can see that transformation complete in the titles that are bestowed upon them. Surashri, Gan Saraswati, Gan Tapaswini. These are goddesses. These are not performers anymore. They are not, their body is not literal, their body is sacred now. So that was it. Oh.
Thank you. That was so wonderful and so relevant, as in the months of the Indian elections, we see women's bodies being made monstrous and sacred. We have our next presentation, Stuck in the Lead, Reanimating the Present Through the Past, by Jamie Lawrence Doughty. Welcome.
Okay, just as the presentation is being loaded, my work in progress that I'm presenting today takes as its inspiration this statue that currently sits outside the front steps of UCL, just up the road. It's a statue of Antinous, who was Emperor Hadrian's lover in the kind of early days of the Roman Empire. Their bodies, exhausted from days of fasting, animated by the ingestion of hallucinogens, dance together, entwined with the revelry of 1,000 initiates come to partake in divine ecstasy. The Eleusinian mysteries of near fortnightly long celebration of the reunion of Persephone and Demeter are shrouded in secrecy, protected by the promise of death to anyone who would disclose the ritual's true nature. While we do not know the particulars of this yearly festival in ancient Greece, we do know the names of many of its attendees, including two who I focus on today: Hadrian, the Emperor of Rome, and Antinous, his young lover. To most, their involvement in the mysteries at Eleusis is but a footnote in a story that focuses almost exclusively upon another mystery, Antinous's death in 130 AD. Though we know he disappeared while sailing down the Nile with Hadrian and the Roman court, the exact details of Antinous's last recorded night on Earth are a matter of speculation. Was his death an accident? Was it the result of a fit of Hadrianic rage or conspiring courtiers? Or, as the Victorians believed, did Antinous intentionally sacrifice himself to save the emperor? The truth of this story is not the point here, for it never has been. When, in 1934, Christina Steed described Antinous as the most famous fairy in history, it was not because of his life. His birth and adolescence in Bithynia, his undoubtedly complicated, even problematic relationship with Hadrian, his experience of the hierarchies and power structures of the Roman court, even his initiation into the Eleusinian mysteries. These facts of his life were, by the Roman historians that recorded them, treated as merely ancillary to the myth of his death and the mourning of Hadrian, who would establish a cult, a city, a festival, and an entire artistic tradition in Antinous's name in an attempt to numb the acute sense of loss. It is this artistic tradition and its impact on Victorian London that I choose to focus on today. By the 1880s, Antinous had, for a fairly sizable set of London elites, become somewhat of a cult figure, heralded as the ultimate example of Greco-Roman statuary that had come to dominate London's museums. Depicting a boy of Greek descent, born where East meets West, plucked from obscurity and willing, as it was assumed, to die for his emperor, these statues, as Daniel Orwell's demonstrates, sat neatly within the racial logic of the burgeoning British Empire. Within this logic, Antinous's body was explicitly racialized, while his death was conceived of a victory of West over East, of imperial rationality over Oriental excess. For such Victorian devotees, however, Antinous's imperial importance was matched only by a sexual one. Those who have studied Foucault will know the importance of later Victorian London to the solidification of modern homosexuality. And within this burgeoning sexual culture, Antinous occupied a privileged position as both beau ideal and covert codename, a Victorian equivalent to being a friend of Dorothy. By 1879, Antinous's association with homosexuality was so widely acknowledged that the British Museum's curator, R.S. Poole, explicitly prohibited investigation into the histories of their Antinoan collection. So it's surprising then, in 1886, with little fanfare, a lead cast of Antinous was placed on the front portico of University College London, where it still remains. It replaced a similar cast of a fighting gladiator that, in 1872, took several meetings of multiple college committees to be installed. In contrast, no discussion, no mention of Antinous' installation is recorded in these archives. As a matter of history, a university's decision to make aesthetic changes to its facade may appear inconsequential, but such an assumption betrays the importance of both the aesthetic and the academy to historical movements. Work by Mary Garrard has helped illuminate the relationship between political and aesthetic change. According to Garrard, the replacement of feminine statues in Florence's public square with hypermasculine depictions of David, Hercules, and the rape of the Sabine reflect a rise in misogynistic and masculinist attitudes within the Florentine Republic. Similarly, albeit inversely, I contend that the replacement of a hypermasculine gladiator with a, to quote Percy Shelley, tender and effeminate Antinous reflects a change in male sexual ideals among certain communities in Victorian London, from the masculine soldier of the Napoleonic Wars to the inquisitive aesthete that one could find among the halls of England's universities. While not a public square of the sort discussed in Mary Garrard's work, the university quadrangle still occupies an important position within the Foucauldian narrative that I am attempting to sketch. For example, Linda Dowling has evidenced the link between efforts to make Oxford University's Greats curriculum fit for imperial purpose by introducing texts like the Platonic Dialogues, and a later appropriation of Hellenistic sexual practices by Oscar Wilde and others as they attempted to navigate their own desires. While no such analysis currently exists for UCL, it too was going through major reforms during this period. In the 1870s, the university founded the Slade School of Art and accepted its first female students. And for most of the 1880s, its governing council was occupied with efforts to reform the wider University of London into a true teaching university. Within these seismic shifts in the university's organizational structure, the look and feel of its public space, its aesthetic landscape, would have taken on special importance. And hence, we return to the question of Antinous. What did his installation on the portico steps mean, and for whom did it hold such meaning? Here we have two mysteries, two events, the specifics of which have been lost to history, all the while their consequences remain preserved in a rich aesthetic archive, both of which point toward a particular concern I have with the nature of queer archives in general. Saidiya Hartman, in reviewing the Archive of Slavery and the Transatlantic Voyage, compares the archive to a mortuary, a place where we may gain a last glimpse of a person before they disappear. If we exceed the limits of facts, what we resurrect is not the body, but a ghost, an aberration that does more to harm than to honor the person whose memory we are trying to recover. And yet she implores us to continue, to imagine the unverifiable, to fabulate what might have been, what might have survived, despite the oppressive contexts and that the archive does preserve. Hartman's concern here is to remind us that the dead will always slip through our fingers, that we can imagine their lives, but only by working within the boundaries of our own prepositions. It is, after all, not the voice of the slave, but the ruins of their community that the archive leaves behind. And it is only with our own materials, our own practices and expectations that we may build upon them. So when we imagine Venus beholding her dying friend, it is our words of comfort that she utters, rather than her own. My concern, however, is slightly different. I do not worry that the dead may slip through our fingers. I worry that they may drag us down with them. By way of concrete example, it is exactly this concern that Heather Love echoes when she vocalizes the limits of attempting to explore our sexual desires in the present by turning to the writings of E.M. Forster, Oscar Wilde, and Virginia Woolf, and the like. Writings that tell us everything about how painful love was, and very little about how ecstatic it can be. I therefore see the archive as somewhat of a Medusa's cave, a place where the scholar is at risk of becoming stuck in the very forces that deanimate their subject. We need look no further than Symonds and his fellow Antinous devotees to see this play out. It was in reproducing his death that they also reproduced the objectification, shame, and misery that contributed to his removal from the archive. In idolizing not Antinous the person, but Antinous the statue, they reproduced an expectation of bodily perfection that lives on in the body norms and reductive treatments that face any queer person who turns to Instagram, Grindr, or indeed the masculinocentric gay club to explore their sexuality in the present. Let us then consider the alternatives available to the historian. The archive has failed to record the particulars of Antinous's installation at UCL, but even without them, this event sits too neatly within the known narrative of Victorian sexuality to be a coincidence. To venture down this rabbit hole without the facts, the proof to support our journey would be for Eve Krakowski-Sedgwick to embrace the paranoid reading of things, to be so familiar with the oppressive structures out of which modern homosexuality was born that we begin to see them everywhere. While my reading is certainly paranoid, I do not consider this a problem. For I am not aiming to discover the statue's truth, but to ensure that what we know of its truth has something to say to the present. Like the public square, the university's aesthetic landscape can enact its own exclusions. This, my somewhat ahistorical hunch tells me, is what the statue of Antinous, despite its investments in the deep-seated imperial norms of the time, was meant to combat, by signaling to those in the know that UCL could and should be a place of queerness and sexual liberation. As for Antinous himself, this sort of paranoid reading is insufficient. Historical narratives are the product of power, written either by those who hold it or those who oppose it. And as Foucault has argued, charting a person's encounter with power in this way does little to describe their real existence, instead reducing them to a verbal existence consisting only of what is said about them, or, in Antinous's case, what is said about their death. To reanimate Antinous as he lived, rather than as he died, we must therefore return to Hartman and accept the impossibility of the task that lies before us. I cannot resuscitate Antinous, his personage, what made him him, but maybe, just maybe, I can reanimate his experience. Nothing more than a story, an anecdote, short enough to give us a glimpse of him without him succumbing to invention. A story, perhaps, of bodies moving to music as part of a ritual we no longer remember. And so I return to the Eleusinian mysteries and imagine Antinous' body within them, severed but for a moment from the relations of power from which Antinous, in all he was, can never be fully separated. And here, as Jose Munoz implores us to, I can share in his ecstasy, in the extreme pleasure of imagining him elevated and luminous. By way of conclusion, I wish to consider the question of who this history I tend to write is for. Indeed, as Hartman accepts, I do not aim to give voice to Antinous nor his Victorian devotees. Instead, I aim to give them space in which to move. In the archive, they are stuck. In the stories we tell of them, they become mobile. And by dedicating ourselves to the reanimation of the past, we can be sure to avoid many of the pitfalls of the historical practices that I've discussed today, of narratives that speak to power alone, of the consequences of things and not the anecdotes of their unfolding. But this history is also for us, for those who walk into spaces like the university and feel ill at ease, that feel the weight of its aesthetic landscape bearing down on them in a way that makes it hard to move, hard to penetrate. By knowing that which the Victorians knew, that the Antinous stood atop the steps of UCL's portico was and is queer, maybe that space can feel be felt a little less oppressively. Maybe we can learn to move in it rather than just through it or around it. Thank you.
That was so wonderfully rich and reflexive. Thank you for that. And finally, we have Nina Gribling presenting Botany, Women, and the Making of Boundaries in Colonial Indonesia.
Thank you. So thank you so much for that beautiful talk. And I really enjoyed hearing like lots of resonances. So I will be presenting a paper that I wrote for a module here at SOAS called Botany, Women and the Making of Boundaries in the Dutch East Indies. It's inspired by two writings of my great-great-grandmother, who was a botanist and healer in colonial Indonesia around 1900. And so I used those writings to look at like how boundaries around the European community were drawn, and also like how racial categories were negotiated, not just by colonial administrators, but very much also like people like my great-great-grandmother in sort of the domestic sphere. So how does this work? Okay, thanks. Yeah, so just a quick overview. I'll first say a bit about family history and like dealing with personal archives in sort of the context that I'm dealing with. And then I'll say a bit about like the theory I use and the methods. And the main part of the presentation follows two themes that are following like two separate books written by this person, one on botany and one on the role of women in the East Indies. And then as a sort of conclusion, I try to like speculatively bring those two separate writings together to think a bit about issues of like racial anxiety and affective borders. Yeah. So I kind of started doing this little research because I knew very, very little about like my family's colonial past and specifically sort of the Indo-Dutch side of the family. And I think that's very reflective of broader post-colonial forgetting of Dutch Indies heritage in the Netherlands today. So looking into my family history, I sort of found that most of the men were Dutch colonists, so like bankers, engineers, plantation managers who were married to local women. And I was very interested in this gender dimension and wanting to basically ask who are these women that, that I don't know. And so I sort of, sticked with the life history of Mrs. Kloppenburg-Versteeg. That's what I'm going to talk about today. And so underlying doing this little research into my own family history were questions of like, what is the function of the archive? How can it support memory work? And sort of maybe uncovering certain histories, but of course also like, what does my positionality and my interrogation leave out of the picture, and who are left out of the family pictures that I own, and who is able to access their sort of, family lineage and who isn't. So these were sort of broader questions that I'm kind of leaving out there, and maybe we can come back to them. So thinking about these inclusions and exclusions of the archive, I was really drawn to the work of Anne-Laure Stoler, who has worked on the colonial archive in the Dutch East Indies. And she has basically shown how these seemingly fixed and rigid boundaries and racial classifications separating colonizer from colonized were in fact much more like ambiguous and slippery. And for like, especially how sort of the Indo-Dutch population was like an object of anxiety and sort of threat for imperial divides and colonial rule. And so Stoler argues that like the managing of intimacies, so who was able to sleep with who and who could be intimate with who, was not just a private matter, but very much like a political one that was sort of at the heart of imperial rule. And that's sort of where my paper is dialoguing with, I guess. So Mrs. Kloppenburg-Versteeg wrote 2 books. In 1907, she wrote Guidance and Advice Regarding the Use of Indies Plants, Fruits, etc. And in 1913, a book titled The Life of a European Woman in the Indies. So I sort of try to read those 2 separate books together to sort of connect also different disciplinary perspectives and see how like the construction of social and racial categories was very much related to biological and scientific notions of like variation and sort of classification of species. And that sort of links to broader thinking in postcolonial studies and feminist studies on like the life sciences and its sort of relation to developments of eugenics and things like that. So this first book really became sort of a seminal or like a sort of a standard work in a lot of European households on medicinal, like herbal medicine, and it sort of mediated traditional knowledge on plants and herbs that my great-great-grandmother sort of possessed through her maternal family lineage. And she sort of translated that into this Western scientific knowledge, which was very much like this Linnaeus type of species classification, as you can see here. And the aim of the book was really, if you sort of look behind it, to ease the sort of white European bodies into life in the tropics, to sort of advise them how to protect against like sort of exposure to colonial, like tropical climate, food, and also native people. So it's kind of already been discussed a lot how botany as a discipline really emerged through colonial logics, separating human, like nature and culture, and humans and non-humans, and how that sort of rendered plants and people as well exploitable as resources. So sort of a kind of science really at the root, a sort of key side of also the expansion of the Dutch Empire, and now also at the basis of like plantation capitalism in Indonesia today. So and then this botanical thinking or like arborescent imaginaries also links to political ideas about who belongs, people of a place, people out of place. I think the Dutch Indies society at the time, like at least colonial imaginaries of it, really divided different groups of people also based on these distinctions. So it sort of separated foreign Orientals or migrants from like indigenous native people, as well as like white Europeans from Europeans with roots in the colonies. But these sort of categories were, of course, much, much more ambiguous and sort of slippery and not at all straightforward. And specifically the sort of mixed race population of Indo-Europeans straddled these divides. And so sort of going back to Stoler, then women were positioned like as active guards of sort of Europeanness. So where at the beginning of the colonial empire, European women were like almost absent from sort of colonial life, and men actually had relations with local women, concubines, for commercial sex. This really shifted when sort of colonial rule was being threatened through like nationalist resistance around the end of the 19th century. And because of these growing fears of like the racial degeneration of the European ruling class, colonial power sort of tried to restrict interracial marriages specifically. And European women were then sort of positioned as this guards of like European values of motherhood, morality, and very much meant to sort of support the authority of their husbands through sort of taking care of them and taking care of family life. And this really resonates with the second book written by my great-great-grandmother, where she basically, advises women on how to take care of the house and of their husbands, children, and servants. And these kind of handbooks written by her, but I assume that there were many more, were so like kind of tools for colonial power to sort of intervene in these intimate arrangements, sort of bottom up, I guess. So she writes things like, in a good housewife, there can be no sign of boredom. It should give her a pleasure to know that she's the soul of the household. She needs to be the center around which everything turns. Her work manifests a healing power over husband, children, and servants. And the book very much advises newly settled women how to maintain sort of superiority and distance from servants, and how to take care in a very submissive way of their husbands. So in a way, it really was like reinforcing traditional gender roles much more strictly than back in the metropole. And I think you can also see this in the pictures that I have, where she sort of positions herself as like a housewife and a wife and a mother. So sort of bring those two books together, I think some interesting insights about the coming together of like biological and social classification, because one of the main themes actually running throughout the book on the role of women is that of contamination. So in both books, she basically shows how to cultivate a European identity by sort of protecting the white self from too much exposure to indigenization, and like through maybe, as I said, like exposure to the climate and people, which is particularly interesting because she was of mixed descent herself. And I think that's really sort of showing how she herself negotiated and reproduced Europeanness and her identity. She's basically reading the book really is exposes sort of racist views on Native people, and how those racist views were very much linked with, like intertwined with concerns about food safety, hygiene, purity, sexuality, cleanliness. So very much like linked to her other interests in sort of botany and medicinal power. So she would say like, to be careful choosing your servants. The Japanese does not know what contamination is. The Japanese likes to spit on everything, make sure that the child does not eat anything that comes from the servants. And a particular focus was the babu, which is like the nanny in European households. So to expose children and not too much to sort of local customs, because that could sort of trigger their animalistic passions. So that really shows as well this kind of, these sort of racist views. I think that's quite, so this sort of reading those two together shows how the boundaries between European and Native are very much drawn, not just like in, colonial by colonial administrators, but very much on the scale of the body, how sort of the proximity between Europeans and their servants was sort of negotiated in the household. In the book as well, she talks, for example, about the sweat of babus that should not like become infused with the children. So babus couldn't like hold their babies for too long. So these are very much like corporeal bodily anxieties that actually just show that bodies are very porous and fluid, and that basically causes a lot of concerns over sort of mixing and contamination. And this, I think, also illustrates very well why political debates centered around like childcare and domestic labor and as a sort of political tool. I don't know how long we have, but I just wanted basically to give some final conclusions, mainly again returning to using sort of archives and family history in thinking through these very like complex ideas of like how social categories are constructed. And I think it can sort of be used as a speculative way to tell different stories and ask different questions, while also simultaneously like problematizing the archive. So, you know, who has access to the archives, who doesn't, how is knowledge being transmitted into it. But yeah, I agree very much with you saying that we should definitely embrace sort of the possibilities for imagining different stories by using archives. And I think for me, it was really, really nice to read those books on botany and the role of women together, as those are two realms that in academia are often very much separated. So to sort of straddle disciplinary divides as well through, using archives. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina, for that wonderful presentation. And also, I love your use of the word slippage. I think that's a very interesting phrase to kind of describe archiving and memory work. Moving on to a brief Q&A session, I'd like to welcome Dr. Hajivayanis to facilitate a brief discussion with our presenters.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm aware that we are 20 minutes late, so I won't say anything, but I really have to ask you to please clap again for Savani Karhanis. I hope I said that all right. That was just absolutely brilliant. And when you were speaking, so I don't know much about India, but I had so many connections with my area of expertise, which is East Africa. We also have singers who went to India, to Bombay, to record and everything. So if we have time, maybe we can talk later about gramophones and see what comes up. I was absolutely blown away by your talk, Jamie Doughty. They say Doughty, all right? That was absolutely really brilliant. I had no clue. I mean, I would love to know how you even decided to explore this, and I hope you publish it somewhere. That was just absolutely brilliant. And thank you very much for life histories from Nina Gribling. That was really, really good. So I won't say anything. Can I ask anybody has any question? We have, I think, 3 minutes or 4 or 5 at most. 5 is okay. Okay, 5, we're allowed 5. Any question for any of our presenters? Maybe you can put the lights on so that they can see. Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, perfect. There we are. So any comment, any question from the audience, maybe on issues of positionality of the people that they presented, from about the archives, having all sorts of possibilities. Any questions? Yes, please, Kea.
I guess this is a question to all 3 of you. And what struck me about the 3 papers together is how you're all grappling or thinking about the possibilities and the impossibilities of moving from history into the present, history into the future. And so I wonder, given that you all have also very specific lenses in which you're approaching this larger question, actually, I wonder if you think Yeah, I wonder if you think that there are, I mean, I guess this is kind of like obvious question, and to some degree, all of you answered this. But I wonder if you think that there are possibilities of fully recuperating the past. And given that we talked, you know, the last talk on colonial history, if there is value in recuperating the past. So I mean, yeah, so I'll leave it there.
So a large part of what I talked about has to be foregrounded with, as Neha said, the Indian election, where the idea of who is Indian and what is authentically Indian comes into play. So by reconstructing something like a classical tradition that has been heralded as the voice of a nation, and figuring out that this idea of the Hindu performer isn't natural, it's a construct, then lends into further debates about who is the righteous citizen of India, which is a debate that's in public domain right now. And the appropriations of art and appropriations of identity from women, from minorities, and then using those identities and constructing this hagiography of a nation. So I think just by taking from history, it illuminates the debates that happen in the political arena right now.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. So much of kind of what I do is directed towards trying to kind of save the classics, as it were, from kind of colonial mindset. So a lot of kind of classical art, etc., Roman history, Greek history was used in the British Empire and continues to be used by white nationalists today. And when they kind of use these ideas, they often strip them of everything that kind of they don't like. So the kind of inherent queerness of a statue of a kind of emperor's lover that they kind of hold up as this kind of great display of kind of whiteness and imperial valor, but kind of ignore the actual relationship that was going on there. So for me, I think it's inherently important to kind of tell these stories to try and kind of combat the other narratives that are put out there. But I would also say that to me, there's always a limit. So that's kind of something I try to get at as this talk is that we can, like, if I wanted to, I could write a book in which I kind of tell you who Antinous was, etc. But most of it would be fiction, and I could write a kind of nice novel about it that's very kind of closed and captured. But to me, that kind of limits the possibility of history in that the kind of what I like about kind of going into the archive is that you just get small snippets, and there's something about the actual like snippet that is helpful, that kind of reminds you that everything is kind of open, that the narrative isn't kind of perfectly closed, which I think is important to kind of retain when you're telling the story.
Yeah, I just agree with you. And specifically for me, there is a tension there because, yeah, as you said, what is actually the use of? Are you not like just reproducing particular stories when you're, I don't know, sent these like histories, for instance? Yeah, so there is definitely that tension, but I think in a context of the sort of forgetting as well, specifically, yeah, counter like queer archives or like stories of those that are not often told can be valuable.
Yeah. So remembering and all that. Anybody else? One more before we let you go. Yes, please.
I'm still forming the question in my head, but yeah, I'm just wondering, have you guys developed the process of interrogating the archive as at the same time as using it as a resource? Because if we take colonial photography, for example, that was you know, makes up a lot of the archive for particular regions for a particular time. But these were very much like your research, where you use classification tools and tools of and technologies of, you know, of racism and white supremacy. So I'm just wondering, how are you interrogating the archive when you encounter it within your research?
Yeah, so for me, it was really important to ask, so who is not in the picture, and like, why is this fit the person? What does
she tries to tell with it. And it was very much about actually like showing sort of European superiority through, yeah, through these particular values of motherhood and housewife and even like in dress. But then there are so many pictures where, you know, servants are literally the background of the picture. And so that's,
I think in South Asia, you have to be very aware of the fact that a large part of any form of archiving done was an enterprise of power and an enterprise of colonial publication of some sort or the other, whether it is music or ethnographic data. So when you're engaging with sheet notes of music or biographies or recorded music itself, it's very important to understand that the motive behind why they were taken and what was being tried to preserve. Because for gramophones especially, the earlier gramophone records that were taken, there was a distinct Oriental view of the music within it. People were very aware that there are descriptions by colonialists saying it sounds like wailing, it sounds like somebody mourning, and these reproductions, these collections were made to reproduce these ideas. So you have to be very careful when thinking about those. But if you can reinterpret them, I think that's some form of reclamation of power. I think maybe I'm still grappling with those thoughts.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add, but kind of from my own research, most of what we understand about kind of homosexuality at this time in Victorian London is through the lens of aristocratic men. So kind of people like Oscar Wilde, John Addison Symonds, Walter Pater. And it's kind of quite difficult to find kind of accounts from that period of kind of working class experiences with this kind of burgeoning sexual identity. But you can kind of find them in there, often not kind of from them, but how they kind of interact into the archive. So, for example, someone I studied, John Addison Symonds, writes prolifically around an affair he had with a working class soldier. And again, it's when you read that archive, it's thinking, kind of being willing to kind of question what you're reading, but saying, okay, well, this is Symonds' perspective. I can't just kind of take that as road. It has to be kind of understood as a particular point of view, which I think quite often isn't done when we kind of recount the history.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Should I have one more before you go on? Yeah. Suddenly now you're mushrooming. Last one, and then that's it. Go on. Yeah.
And I've been thinking about the queer archive for like a long time, and I think obviously perhaps what's most obvious, what you first encounter is a lot of silence in the archive, the queerness, and most of the story is in uncovering other kinds of relationships that at first feel like queer, and hence we have to interpret it. Most of the story is not actually being uncovered; it's being told in writing history, right? And so you're a storyteller first. And so while these maybe sometimes in an archive you find a friendship that you have to reinterpret as queer, that it resonates with you. So while we're also like critiquing Victorian ideas of like, you know, the dichotomy between romantic and platonic and like blah blah blah, whether we like it or not, they continue to shape our worlds. How are you critical of this while looking into the archive, you know? I remember once having this big fight with my literature teacher about whether Patroclus and Achilles were lovers or not. And she said, she told me that I'm so modern that I can't see anything, like I see things as purely sexual or platonic. How do you deal with this?
Yeah, so I think something that's really interesting about particularly kind of classical scholarship at this time in Victorian London and Oxford especially is that there was a much more willingness, like they were much more willing to find those relationships. So most people kind of, when they read, say, Plato's Republic, will never kind of grapple with the fact that Socrates was romantically and sexually involved in most of his interlocutors, especially if you read, say, the symposium, several of them at kind of different periods. But in Victorian kind of Oxford, that was kind of focused on a lot more. And there's this kind of, there was a scholar who was responsible for translating most of Plato's work, and he tried to kind of remove a lot of these references. And there's a great letter from John Addington Symonds where he says, please don't do this, because it's only when I read, say, the symposium that I discovered my own sexuality. So for me, I think almost because kind of Victorian intellectuals like Symonds, etc., were so trained in having to refer to their own lives in coded form, that they were more capable of seeing those codes in what came before them. So actually their archives can provide kind of very useful light in whereas because we are kind of, and also it was kind of prior to the binary being really kind of formatted, that they are more kind of fluid in their understanding. So there's kind of the statute of Antinous, it's that kind of, if you were, say, a kind of gay man at that time, you would have probably recognized that statute almost immediately for what it stood up as. But now, pretty much, if anyone's ever seen it, like, no one really notices it, let alone notices it as a queer statute. So I think, for me, that's why the Victorian period is so useful, because there's actually a large archive of people kind of playing around with this, being willing to read a friendship as queer, that I think we need to kind of cover all.
Yeah, that's just brilliant. Thank you very much once again to the three of you.
Thank you everyone for that incredible discussion. We'll move straight into our final panel of the day. Thank you for sticking with us with all our tech hiccups. This panel is titled Performing Subjectivities, Transgressing Limits, and it juxtaposes two creative practitioners. We're going to be welcoming back Zeenat Khan, who's joining us from Delhi, and we're also joined by Elisa Taifes Barbosa, and each of their works assert the political potency of curiosity and performance. So that one, yeah, that one, yeah. Zeenat, can you hear us? Just to check.
Yes.
Am
I audible?
Yes, it's just a bit loud in the room now, but I think once people settle in, it should be fine. Yeah, that one. Okay.
Should I begin?
Yeah. Yeah, yes. 1 second, I'll put it up. Put it on the slideshow. Okay. You can begin.
Okay, so for having me here again. I'm going to present one of my poems titled Portal Triptych for this session, prefacing it with its initial beginnings and particularly the ethical dilemma in placing distinct tales from different ends of the world together. Next slide. And Portal Triptych was written 2 years back. When I returned to it, I returned it with a distance after the recent public debates built on the idea of comparison gravitated attention to its limit. And I can mention 2 of those. First is Thurman Friedman's, who amidst an extremely unacceptable violence done to people, writes an opinion piece deploying Orientalist animal analogies to read Middle East as a vast, with America as a lion of prophetic role to burn the jungle. And there's nothing here to uncover but critique it for its shameless callousness, and it was critiqued so. Masha Gessing, who shouldn't be pleased, I think, with Friedman's, and I bring her here for the lesson that she gave me about the role of comparison. Her Hannah Arendt Prize was withdrawn for her comparison of atrocities in Gaza with Holocaust, and it was declared an unacceptable encroachment. So she writes an article responding back to what she did and why, asking why do we compare? And in her context, she said, and I quote, to prevent what we know can happen from happening, to make Never Again a political project rather than a magic spell. And if compellingly and bravely, then in the best case scenario, the comparison is proven wrong. Next slide, and I think next, because I forgot to ask you. Yeah. So Portal Triptych, as I told, is a poem I wrote 2 years back. It has 3 stories. Story of my nephew growing at a time when Indian fascist regime has been facilitating the cruelest and demonic agenda against minority community and Kashmir. Story from a news of Palestinian political prisoners making a tunnel through a rusty spoon in the Gilboa prison to escape. And it persisted with me as an image that I cannot imagine how it would feel to dig out soil, to remove one after another fist of soil, to remove it further until you're inside, and even then, how it would feel to be like them, removing as much as possible to come out. And it was in the same time one of my friends found a damask rose emerged out of nowhere in front of his house, and he shared what he thinks must be the way damask rose traveled all the way during crusades to reach Europe from Asia, and finally generations to his door, that had its own inside of the persistence of seed against borders completely invisible from our eyes. And somewhere at that time, initially, I saw a resonance in the distinct, tender, rigorous journeys that these people and creatures and many others have undertaken, while against, because, and beyond of what goes in the name of controlling regimes. And yet they were different, each in their own ways, in their scratches, in their slow steps that resist a complete comparison or a linear link. And that reminded me of one of the poems by Elia Kaminskis on the death of Tamer. He wrote, "The body of a boy," I quote, "lies on the pavement exactly like a body of boy." And there's no substitution, no functionalization of poetry, no changes in focus to say, oh, it lies like an autumn leaf. And for me, was the lesson here to resist this spontaneity of poetic and poeticization that has grown into a spontaneity of making a suggestive reference at times. So that and that shift in attention is not affordable when gruesome crime occurs or when communities, its members are cluttered into a continuous series of oppression and when people tell their stories. So I think with that responsibility of attending, I wrote this poem by joining a group of writing community called Seventh Waves. And someone inside that community told me that when you write about other and you ask question what right you have got to write about someone else's story, you have to constantly ask your heart why, and when you and what you get, you can't let the Kelas language take over it. And I was able to all I was able to feel as I was consistently revisiting this work, and all that I was able to come up with was that I cannot unsee these stories. I cannot shake them off. They live with me, and if I think if I have to put them in language, then it should be done with responsibility. So I'll read the poem now with each section that is divided. Next slide. Stay here, 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 still. Hours bud until split. Stretches a body out, screams, opening, a wound, an eye in the throat, gazing itself at its root. Who would have thought we would arrive here? There will be a day when you pour. Let me come as a squirm out my red snake mouth. The day a beam will slit open my belly like a backpack, snapping you into my arms. the day I'll peek inside the telescope of your nose, unable to fix the wall's end, as in beginning before Big Bang, black, my gaze like your breath, climbing, wriggling, to slimy gossamer. The day you will unfurl your dimpled arms, lifting the damp pebbles, unearthing the curled body of rain, your eyes petrichor. Yesterday, you'll seize the neck of a solder erect flower, and wasn't it this grenade green that consumed you? Your eyes, hands, even now on these leaves, light, drifting, swan shape, over as if a river. Next slide. Who would have thought we would arrive here with rusted spoons in Gilboa prison, backbones bent to the earth as if in prayer, days after days after days, obstinate fingers will crack earth, tunnel a worm, will swallow limbs in widening empty, reading against each eye wall, endless, the stream of exhaling a body like water from a hose, with force, no body twisting into a seed, pulls, dislodging, scooping muscles of earth as ice cream. This promise of one's own hands of another and another yet another ends until an azure dripping upon rusted spoon, upon your eyes here, the threshold of sky begins. Stuttering limbs of sun rain, raining in its body, tiny globes of dust. This tireless rehearsal to hold on to. Next slide. Who would have thought we would arrive here 4,005 miles away, a damask rose before your sun-clipped threshold? Tomorrow you'll sprinkle the story, beauty what will be. Before here, it was ears pressed beneath the steps of a wounded horse, how it settled at the warmth of war-drenched earth, an escaping prisoner until today. Fisted before the seed climbs out of itself until today, stretching its stems like hands flaring against your eyes, unfurling petals upon petals, how you're watching your own heart opening, and its middle an ethereal beam of gossamer spinning a wound. Yes, it has to heal. Soft, withering. It will so soon it wounds you. The tenacity of limbs, the mouth, the tender opening, this passage between the limbs quivering, and then not. To its root in the throat, and I will gaze, a wound will open, as if a song out will the body stretch, splitting, hours latched, bird until heard.
Thank you, Zenat, for that wonderful performance. Now I'd like to welcome Elisa to the podium to read her short story titled The Atopic Exit of Lady Chameleon.
Hello.
It feels very weird to speak in front of like an audience. Thank you for coming. I'm gonna present my short story, specifically written for this conference, which I entitled "That Topic Exit of Lady Chameleon." So I think I will start with a reading of a small passage, basically to give you a little overall of what the story is about. It's basically about walking, like a walking process, the walking process that I've got when I start every day, for example, my walk to the university from Camden to here. And it's about also my grandmother, and so personal memory, trauma, but not so much in this passage because I wanted it to be soft. The short story is divided into several acts. I think there is five, if I recall. But this one, I think it's the second one. It's called Coincidatio Oppositorum in Camden. And it's a short story based on one of Michel de Certeau's famous essay called Walking in the City. So I'll start with a reading. I hope you'll like it. Yeah, deep breath. Act 2, Coincidatio Oppositorum in Camden. A question. If you could choose to die in one color, Grandma, which would it be? This comes as we enter the town, a step at a time, as we pass down the deserted bridge where the punks usually brandish cardboard signs that read, "Help a punk get drunk, £2 for a photo." A succession of colorful buildings emerges into view. White for the Chinese dragon, which has everything to envy Lady Chameleon. Red for the black punk shoe that crushes the New and Rock leather store sign underneath. Rose, orange. Yellow for the strong smell of Indian incense forming divine curls of smoke that vanish into thin hair. Straight to the mosaic patterns around Ganesha. Your daughter would have stopped here, I tell Grandma. Green, blue, she enumerates. Violet, violence. I blink. The colors take each of their variants and accumulate forcefully into my eyes, unable to accommodate to the intricate patterns. It's hard to create a poetic for a place so messy. The avenue stretches for a few miles, as I know already, and in the perceptible horizon stands a tower, the beady monster of Fitzrovia. Every time I walk down the street in the direction of SOAS, I can't help but feel threatened by this gigantic antenna lurking in the background. It looks like Sauron's eye, or the eye of Barad-dûr quietly keeping his watch over the Mordor. Except it's Camden, the very heart of London's most eligible candidate for the noble title of Bank City. What is it? Grandma asks. A restaurant. Really? Really. So that's what hunger looks like from afar, an immense tower with a bizarre shape. I hear myself correct her wording with greed instead, but she's hard on hearing, from what Mother told me, so I suppose she wouldn't hear a whisper of what I said. It must be nice to get up there. You can see everything. The cadence of our steps settles as we cross a rainbow pedestrian crossing. I don't know what I want to be between a walker and a voyeur. I realize that there is not so much difference between the two. To be a voyeur is to get to the top of the beady tower, elevate yourself to the skies and have a whole view of the city. It must be nice, even necessary, to sometimes put yourself in a position where you are able to see the text, to experience it and make a sense out of it, to read it. Who never dreamt about it? Another question, or perhaps a confession. But you see, Grandma, I want to admit, I've had myopia for a while now, and despite putting on the strong contacts Dad prescribed me. Despite the filter of my golden glasses, I still squint my eyes to every bus coming my way to make sure I don't end up in Shoreditch or Hammersmith. So what would it be like to find myself at the top of the tower? In other words, the top of this minuscule world. You should see Camden, Grandma. It exists not because of his buildings, but because of his crowd. The streets constitute the veins of a body that is plural, a fragmentary whole of different paces and cultures, languages and beliefs, love affairs and clandestine disputes. Everybody has a story to tell, to bring to this immense narrative. His text has no origins except that of the world. It isn't isolated from other stories. When you find yourself in a sea of people, all shouting and revealing the intentionality of their work, their impact on yours, for sometimes they force you to take a specific turn to avoid an obstacle. Something indescribable happens. And by that, I don't mean that from up there you can't smell the weed some Persians try to sell. Although don't get me started on the topic, for I could literally expand on it. No, it feels like a transcendence, fusion, lation, mutation, migration, etc. And sure, I do complain about this or that tourist who suddenly decides to stop to interrupt their itinerary and in doing so also interfere with mine. I do complain, but Grandma, the light is green cross over there. But from Solon's High, what can you see of Camden's very existence except the course of his vein? They map the route as fixed lines, unchangeable and strict, straight, impossible of circulation for the monstrous body that I own. It might be the divine space, but the role of the cartographer only limits the creator to the one-dimensional surface of their creation. The experience of the city is flattened, lost with all its texture. What monstrous body am I talking about, you ask? It's another story to tell another day, Grandma. Not now. The point is that this tower is somewhat dangerous. It holds too much power, which from up there is invisible to the eye of the beholder, that southern guy. It's hard to be down when you're up. A cave too. Grandma is perceptive. She knows where to look at the roots of the problem very quickly. Indeed, that's the lie. And Lady Camillon must have known all too well before she died that the line to rock bottom never existed. That was a lot. So now I want to talk a little bit about the writing process of this short story and about specifically the essay, the article that I've taken inspiration from. So I don't know if anyone is familiar with Michel de Certeau. He wrote an article called Walking in the City. And I've selected two little passages from one little passage from the essay. It's complicated, I know. So basically, the passage that I selected is called Voyeur and Walkers, or maybe it's the other way around. I don't remember. So I will read this one first. To be lifted to the summit of the World Trade Center is to be lifted out of the city's grasp. One's body is no longer clasped by the street that turn and return it, according to an anonymous law. Nor is it possessed, whether as player or played, by the rumble of so many differences and by the ravenousness of New York traffic. When one goes up there, he leaves behind the mass that carries off and mixes up in itself any identity of authors and spectators. An Icarus flying above these waters, it can ignore the devices of Daedalus in mobile and endless labyrinths far below. His elevation transfigures him into a warrior. It puts him at a distance. It transforms the bewitching world by which one was possessed into a text that lies before one's eyes. It allows one to read it, to be a solar eye looking down like a god. You can see where the Sauron guy came from, I guess, the solar guy. So let me just grab my notes. So I was kind of inspired by the walking process that I'm always doing from Camden to SOAS University, as I said. First, because when you go to Camden, I think a lot of you went there, but it's very famous. I recommend it. Because you've got like a lot of buildings which are very colorful, and it's always like a sort of mix between different cultures and identities, I guess. And I was very much inspired by that at first because, well, I'm not from here, as you might have like recognized by my accent. So I feel like I'm kind of like uprooted from where I come from. And I wanted to like make some links between this walking process, so the idea of being here, and also like the place which I call home and that I left behind. So the aim with this short story was to take something as trivial as the act of walking and sort of dissect what constitutes my practice. When I read the title the first time, I honestly couldn't understand a thing it was trying to say. It was like maybe 2 years ago. And even though I wasn't much aware of what it was trying to say, I was still very interested by this idea of linking the walking process with the writing process, of like, how do you create a text which is inscribed in the city, but also on your own body, and how you can merge the two and kind of like bring something to the whole narrative around you. What else? So in this specific passage, I've isolated it because there is this idea of warrior, which I consider a bit like a reader, the idea that you can read a text, that you can interpret it, and you have a sort of control over it. And I thought it was very interesting, not only with the idea of, I don't know if a lot of you are familiar with, for example, Roland Barthes' The Death of the Writer, but when a writer writes a story, obviously, when it's out in the world, basically his idea is that the writer is dying and the reader kind of takes control over the writing, and the idea of like putting his own text over it. And I was interested with this idea because, as I wrote in the short passage that I read, there is this idea of control again, this all-seeing power, and yeah. What else? Yeah. So the next quotation that I've selected is also part of the Warrior and Walker's passage, and it reads like, the ordinary practitioners of the city live down below the thresholds at which visibility begins. They walk an elementary form of this experience of the city. They are walkers, sorry for my German pronunciation, Wandersmänner, whose bodies follow the thick and scenes of an urban text they write about without being able to read it. These practitioners make use of space that cannot be seen. So here you've got the walkers, so the kind of opposite, which I understand as the writer. There were many things in this passage that really struck me. At first, the first line, the ordinary practitioners of the city live down below the threshold of which visibility begins. was very interested in this sentence because it made me really much aware about my own person and also about how I was kind of perceiving the city, in the sense like it's very anthropocentric perception, in the sense where you are walking and you are very much aware of yourself and the walkers all around you, but you don't really get that there is a world that is below that. You always think about what's just beneath your feet, like the ground. But like in another passage, which comes way after in the short story, I also consider, for example, ants. Like when you're walking on the ground, you also have like ants walking, and you have all different kinds of walks. But it's still walking, you know. And it's like, so with this idea of all thing power that I've just mentioned, it's like this questioning around whether you can escape this idea of being a voyeur as well. Can you avoid having like a sort of control over someone else's walking practice? And yeah, but I was really much interested in how you could like create a text that could remove this idea of anthropocentric perception, I guess. I'm not sure that I succeeded, but I tried. Also, I think I haven't mentioned this, but I don't know if it has struck any of you in the previous passage, this one. But Michel de Certeau is also like writing about like the voyeur at the top of the highest building in Manhattan, which is the World Trade Center. And to me, it was also very interesting how he was writing about that, but now it doesn't exist anymore. So I was wondering, like, was he aware that such a position could also be so vulnerable, and that at some point it can just like crumble, I guess. So it was also very interesting to reconsider in parallel this idea of walker, voyeur, writer, reader, and also kind of past and present in a way. And the last point that I think I will mention in this presentation is and I think, I mean, we could have a nice conversation about that, I think, with Zina. But I noticed also in her text that the format was very interesting. You have like a very specific kind of punctuation. And with mine, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's also like very specific. I try to eliminate as much punctuation as possible, because when you're walking, you're always thinking about like the point of departure and the point of destination. But in this short story, I really wanted to encourage the readers to think that there is no final destination. It's always like an ongoing process. And so, yeah, I thought about the punctuation, and I thought that keeping only commas and dashes are very specific. I'm not gonna explain about that, but it's something that I use a lot, and a lot of writers also use. But the punctuation for me was mostly like sort of you know, like an interruption at a pedestrian crossing, where you just wait for the light to turn green and just continue your walk. It's not a final point. It's not like a stop. It's like taking a breath somehow. Yeah. And so I guess my final point will be like to invite you to consider your daily walking process and itineraries, and to reconsider what kind of story you are telling when walking, what kind of text you want to inscribe on the city, on yourself, what do you want to share, and what language you want to use with that. And so that's it. Thank you. Just to let you know, you can scan the QR code if the little passage, if you enjoy the little passage, and you can like give me your email address and I can send you the short story, the whole short story. It was too long to read, but yeah, you've got that. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. And thank you for drawing attention to the similarities between the two texts. We'll have a brief Q&A session facilitated by Dr. Kea Anjaria. Kea has been supporting us in organizing this conference, and she's also the chair of the Center for Cultural, Literary, and Postcolonial Studies. So I'd like to invite Kea to facilitate a brief discussion.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. Well, thank you so much. Thank you both to Zinat and Elisa for extraordinary pieces to end the day on. I will be very short. I'm not going to ask a question, but I'm going to just put something out there I was thinking about with these two pieces. So Zinat, when you were reading your poem, it struck me, you talking about violence and the opacity of understanding violence and its uncomparability. So your poetry works like a rendering, a putting rhythm to what is really unmeasurable, unrhythmable. That's not a word, but we'll use it now. And I feel like that actually resonates really well with what Elisa is doing, which is departing from the place of rhythm, thinking about movement, of walking, of patterns, and moving forward into something like the transness of that. So you mentioned a few transness, but also those. So I invite everybody to maybe come together and think about a little bit about both in comparison or perhaps individually, if there are any questions, any thoughts, any inspirations that they'd like to contribute. For those of you who know me, I can talk. I'll talk, keep talking. I guess fine. Maybe because we are the last panel, then I'd open it up more broadly to say like, what an extraordinary conversation this has had. And in part, this has been an extraordinary conversation, not in part, but a large part of the greatness of this is actually the fact that we've moved outside of what would be conventionally called academics, and we embraced all sorts of different media, of different styles of performativity. At some point, there was a reference to, the meta-ness of this. And so maybe more broadly, I'd also like to ask us of what we think we did here. What have we produced? What meaning have we brought? What hopes of solidarity and knowledge and collaboration have come forward in this space? So if not, perhaps to the panel, although, yes.
Question about your text and the punctuation and the spaces you left. And I was wondering, when you are writing your text, I mean, writing on our machines or you write it by hand or whatever, but next to telling your story, it's very, very nice. I was wondering how do you create and how many iterations do these holes have in your text, or it's not just the comment punctuation, but I've seen these spaces, and are they a visual thing for you? I don't know, do you eventually write it in a Word document, later you ask it for the specific presentation? How is this happening?
It's okay, I can show you the show.
Push down.
Okay. Can you hear me? Oh, that's weird. I guess for this piece, it came quite naturally as I was like writing about like the practice of walking. It was almost like a sort of rhythm, and also like taking breath in general. For the passage that I read, I think it's not as significant as in other passages the short story, but there is a specific one where I've got like 3 kind of columns, and I've tried like to have spaces in between, but I tried also like to make the reader understand that you can read it like linearly, but also by columns as well. So I tried it. I wouldn't say that it comes naturally because I still think about that, but it's like playing in a way. It's like when you walk, it's like fun sometimes, not always, but it's fun sometimes. So I try to play a lot with like the form, not for all of my creations, but for this one, I thought it would be very interesting. So I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah.
So Zeenat, the question was to Elisa, but if you'd like to come in, we'd more than happy to hear about how you think about spacing and formatting and punctuation and the ways in which you compose and put together your writing.
If I can just add something, I was very much interested in the in your use of the slash, and I would be very interested to hear from you about that. Why the slashes?
Yeah. So I think when it comes to space, it was usually from my side to resist the mastery over a narrative, to establish that I cannot have the entire picture of everything, but also to sort of place temporalities of any event that is happening slowly, and especially in the first section where there is this uncertainty of what can be uncovered as you're moving in a regime that manufactures uncertainties in every turn, and violent uncertainties for you. And for the second passage too, I think it was about the duration that was being undertaken, which wasn't really immediate as a task to dig out, a huge tunnel out of a spoon. And in the last section too, I was using spaces because I felt that there were lots of people, for instance, after wounded, I have said, for instance, then just horse that remain there, but in ways I cannot, drag them inside, or that distance of respect if I can maintain. So there were these reasons for spaces for now that I can think of. And for slashes, especially in the second section, I felt that as I was writing, there was a pause that I wanted before continuing with a sentence, and sometimes I felt that I did not want to use the comma and full stop that almost segregate things. I felt that there was a kind of continuity with coming inside the tunnel and the body and the soil, that the comma and these resources would not be able to justify in certain ways. So for instance, if I have mentioned days after days and the slash obstinate fingers, in says days were almost obstinate, the ways fingers were also stubborn to not let go, you know. So those were the reasons I think or even for instance of sky begins stuttering limbs, in ways, I mean, the labor that must have taken to dig out that tunnel, and the immediate thought of limb that you can associate with that process, but then there's also a limb of sun that is accompanying that process towards the end. So that interdependencies, but also how adjectives are placed in or are operating from both sides, and in that sense, it's a very painful and laborious kind of process that's being done.
Thank you so much, Zeenat. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate everybody for being here. It's the last last panel in I have to admit, a sticky kind of room, right, at this moment. And so, yeah, I'll leave you, I guess I'll steal a little bit from Elisa or borrow from Elisa to leave you with this notion of the poetics of a place so messy and the academics of a place so messy. Thank you so much. And I will step up.
Thank you, Zenith, for joining us as well, especially with the time difference and everything.
And with that, we have reached the conclusion of our conference. We are so grateful to all our presenters for engaging with us throughout this process and their presence today, especially those who joined us virtually. We would also like to sincerely thank our faculty chairs who helped facilitate the panels and discussions. We could not have done this without you. We are particularly grateful to Dr. Kay Anjaria for her sage guidance and support over the past few months.
Finally, we are delighted that you joined us today for what we hope has been an intellectually spiriting day of exchange, connection, and discourse. Recordings of the panels will be made available in the coming week, maybe 2. For those of you who are joining us for some much deserved and needed drinks treats afterwards, we shall be going over to the Crown, a pub, which is at 51 New Oxford Street, a roughly 10-minute walk from here. Some folks from our committee will be there already, and the rest of us will be going as a group. So please do join. We would love to continue our conversations there. Thank you. And with this, I conclude the Movement Beyond Limits conference. Thank you.
Moment to thank the excellent work of the steering committee. So maybe if you guys could come up in front and we could get a picture. The slightly diminished group.
I know, we're missing, they're all drinking beers in pub, right? Yeah, they've been there for a while. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone who joined us online as well. It's been a wonderful day, and we'll be sending the recordings in due time. We will be logging off now, but thank you. Bye.